How's it going, everybody? Good to see y'all and happy Friendsgiving. I hope you were all tuning in earlier to watch the usual Toy Frenzy on Skelevator's channel, where we did a little bit of a Thanksgiving episode. Everybody just jumping in, talking about what they're grateful for, kind of showing you around the place and everything like that. I have much to show off because you guys see it every time I go live. This is really just about all I got here. But I appreciate everybody who tuned into that, gave it a like, gave it a watch. And Bud, thank you for joining me this evening. I know it was a bit of a very impromptu live streaming session, but thank you for being here. Because what is
Yeah, no
Friendsgiving
problem.
without your friends?
Literally woke up half hour ago from a food coma, so I'm
Right,
good and
right.
ready to go.
Waking up from that food coma and just being like, the call has been made.
Well, yeah, the call was made, and also the call was made for more food.
Oh man, that looks wonderful. That looks wonderful. I already dipped back into some Thanksgiving leftovers. Made myself a nice little turkey sandwich before going live here.
Yeah.
Let it go.
I got some what's called a broccoli slaw. It's like a broccoli bacon craisin kind of salad.
It's funny
And I
that
got
you
some
have
shrimp.
a broccoli slaw because we kind of do that here too. Where I mean, it's basically like the usual, like kind of like some red cabbage and stuff like
Yeah,
that. But it's a coleslaw, and it's got like
that's
little
kind of
broccoli
it's kind of like what it
florets in
is.
it.
It's got like onion, and then the sauce is like Miracle Whip and a little bit of sugar and vinegar.
Yep.
I think like apple cider. Yeah,
Excellent.
really, really good stuff.
Well, this is going to be probably the last time I go live for a while with the usual beanie hat, because we all know who comes into town tomorrow. Ozzy Claus will be popping back up on
Oh,
Toy Frenzy, and from now on, the Clubhouse. Ozzy Claus is going to be in the house, so that's going to be pretty fun. I enjoyed doing all that stuff last year, and going to do it again this year. Of course, the full suit won't come out until we get to whatever we're doing this year for the Christmas special. But well, the chat's built up quite a bit. I gotta say, it's a nice little
told
turnout
you.
considering it was a very impromptu live. Let's jump in here and see. We got Eldor hanging out, just saying he's going to catch the replay as he's a little bit busy this evening. But it's good to see you here, brother. Thank you for showing up for Friendsgiving. We've got Eternity Lips, Sir Clifton hanging out, checking everything out here. Hey, man, let me know if you want to join us. If you're still watching, you want to join, let me know. Officially a Toy Tube live stream. We have Nolan in the chat, everybody. So definitely good to have you here, Nolan. Thank you for being here. Dawning of a decade. Beautiful Dawn, join in. Thank you for being here, sweetheart. It's good to see you. And Andrew Davis has shown up saying, let the savings begin. Yeah. Most of those Black Friday deals have already started hitting the different digital sites and all like that. So go check it out. We've got Paul Morales here. Good to see you, Paul. Thank you for joining us. Ken from Toy Connections saying Friendsgiving time. Absolutely, brother. Again, this holiday is all about, spending time with your loved ones and your family and your friends, your closest friends. So we've got Aaron joining in, jumping into the chat saying, hey, y'all, and says he can only join in this way tonight. Well, you know what, Aaron? At least you're here, brother. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it, man. Hope you've had a good time this evening with your family. I hope everybody has, not just Aaron, but everybody out there. I hope everybody's having a really good time today. Hope you all got a little extra day off of work. For any of you out there who might still be working retail, I'm sorry for the madness you're going to go through. Oh, I had plenty of years working the retail circuit and dealing with that stuff. One of those things I loved about GameStop, they said, well, we are dedicated to making sure our employees will never have to work on Thanksgiving Day. And I'm like, well, I call bullshit on this, because every Wednesday before Thanksgiving, I was in my store until well after midnight setting up the sale for Black Friday. And every single Black Friday when we opened at midnight, I had to be in the store before midnight so everything could start getting set up to, run the registers, get the money out of the safe and everything like that. And I'm like, yeah, that's complete and total bullshit. But if you guys want to keep telling yourselves that, go ahead. And then, of course, I worked most of Friday. So it's never a fun job to be out there in retail on Black Friday. And I feel for everybody who's going to have to be out there doing that tomorrow. But I hope everybody gets some good gifts. Hope everybody gets some good savings and they really, really enjoy themselves with whatever it is that you get. And what is Friendsgiving without family here? We've got K-Roll joining in. I know she's going to have to get to sleep pretty soon herself, but thank you for showing up, sis. I appreciate you being here. Means a lot. You're saying Ken ate the last turkey egg. Oh, no. Andrew's just trying to stir the beef with Ken. Already. He's just trying to stir that pot. Said Ken ate the last turkey leg. How dare he? How dare he? Oh, see, Carol's going to be one of those brave workers out there tomorrow working on Black Friday. Oof. I'll still be working tomorrow. I just won't be working retail, which is kind of nice. I was just saying earlier that one of the fun things about working at PayPal when I did, the way they did their schedules. So your 2 days off were back to back, but it wasn't like a whole weekend. So like you either had Friday and Saturday off or you had Sunday and Monday off. My schedule was that I had Friday and Saturday off. So it's kind of nice. I got off for Thanksgiving. Then I Friday and Saturday. And then if I use PTO, I can get off like Sunday and Monday too and have a nice extended weekend. Only have to like take 2 days off. But one of the best parts was the fact that we got paid for Friday. So even though it was my day off, I still got holiday pay for that day. So I actually got paid 6 days that week instead of 5, which was always kind of nice.
My sister used to work in insurance. She would have 2 like random days off during the week, but then always had like, I think it was like a day or 2 always off. So like her like days off would be like weird throughout the week.
Right. Yeah. Never really like it when I'm ended up with weird days off throughout the week. It just bugs
She'd
me.
always be really happy when she had like a 4-day off. If it was like on a weekend.
4 days off for a weekend is always nice. Like getting those extra days.
And then of course get stuck having to do things.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you got to cram everything in. You know, the American work cycle, right? 5 days on, and then you got 2 days off. So you got to cram everything you didn't do throughout the week in those 2 days off. So it's nice when they're back to back, but
yeah.
So, Bud, is there anything you're eyeing up for tomorrow?
Sadly, probably not. I was a little quick draw on my early purchases. I had gotten what was it? That Snake Tila, the Serpent Art Claw Man at Arms. Then I got extra Clam Champ and a Masterverse King Great Skull to make that custom. And then I think I got an extra 2000X He-Man to replace the other 2000X He-Man I used to make the 2000X King Gray Skull. Then I got those 2 extra Battle Cats because someone's getting a gift this holiday. And then sadly the one figure I still have yet to return, but I had ordered a Dragon Blast Skeletor from Amazon because with Big Bad, one figure with shipping would have been like $29. And I was like, I don't want to wait like a week and a half to get it. Bought it off Amazon for $1 cheaper. And when it got here, it was Terror Claws. And here it is a week. And here it is a week and a half later, and I haven't returned the figure yet. So I don't know if you want to call it karma or whatever, but yeah. So
yeah, I still haven't picked up Dragon Blaster myself yet.
I
But
got him because really amazing person in the community, figuratively speaking, out of the enormous kindness of his heart, sent me a Thunder Punch He-Man.
very
He was
nice.
so hard to find. I'm like, yeah, I've been looking for him, and he's like, I got one, dude.
Right?
I was like, really? So yeah, so since he sent him, well, now I gotta get Dragon Blaster. They're kind of
Right?
a
You got
set,
to. They're set,
and I
right?
am a set. I'm a team completionist, not a line, but like if I have one, I gotta have the other,
I hear
and
that.
that's how only wanting 10 figures in Origins turned into almost 100
Oh yeah, like you weren't interested at all in the Snake Men,
because
right?
it was originally He-Man, Skeletor, Battle Cat, Panther. But since I got Skeletor, I at least just want the 5 main villains for Skeletor. But if I have 5 main villains for Skeletor, I need 5 good guys with He-Man.
Yeah, for
And then
sure.
I got one Horde, and then I got to get all the Horde, and then it spiraled.
That is always the way of it. It definitely spirals out of control, right? Like I was only going to get the Headless Horseman, and
Yeah.
now I'm surrounded by some Legion stuff. But you know what? Though
Thankfully, I
that
dodged that bullet, but then I hit another one.
oh, have you?
I think I have. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Like, I'm scared now whenever packages show up at my door.
Uh huh. You're
I,
not
I,
sure
I
what's
just,
going to be out there.
yeah, like I don't know if I accidentally pre-ordered something or kind of like with the Snake Mountain. Oh,
I will
that
say,
scared me.
at least when packages show up at your door, most of the time, they've already been paid for. You know,
Yeah,
it's always a bad thing when you hear that notification that something hit your pile of loot that wasn't supposed to
right.
come out for another 3 months, and you're just
Yeah,
like, oh,
every day I check the email once a day. I don't have much on pre-order. Like
I canceled everything. I couldn't take a
I
chance. It's
pretty
too
much, yeah, everything's canceled except like I've got the rerun of King Randor,
right.
the mini comic Many Faces. I do have the reissue of Shira and Zodak because with the rerun of Shira, I'm going to keep or I'm going to use the new Shira as my current Shira, and then the one I have, which also has newer knees, I'm going to turn her into Adora. I'm going to sculpt and
Very
work with
cool.
her, and I have the extra the white sorceress, which has like warped wings and a locked leg. I'm just going to tear off the wings, put some putty in the back, use that buck as the Adora body because it already has the collar and all of that. So
Ed,
What's
what's
up,
going
boys?
on? Good to
I
see you, brother. Good to see you. Spend some time on Friendsgiving together.
What's happening?
Not much, man. Not much. So I do want to jump back into the chat here real quick because we got a lot more people jumping in tonight. We have Cowabunga Dude here going all gobble, gobble, gobble. And I guess you guys just went off live because I know you were spending some time with Jim and Wilhelm and everybody over on that channel. I was actually
Yes.
catching it. I had to jump through everybody's channel so I can hit the like from everybody and give a few seconds to make sure everybody got the view. But it was great seeing you guys together. And Jim's always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for stopping by. As a matter of fact, check your IG. I did send you a link if you're not done yet and you feel like joining in for a bit. And Kenzo's Creations in the chat joining us. Good to see you, Kenny. Good to have you here, brother. And then we have Toy Mama Christina. She has joined us as well. Good to see you, darling. Thank you for being here. And scrolling through, making sure I'm not trying to miss anybody. We've got The Man Collects. Good to have you here. Thank you for showing up. So what's up, everyone? And happy Thanksgiving. That is correct. And scrolling down, I know we had some more pop in. Make Shape Create. Corey says, hey, y'all, can't jump on, but if you go live this weekend, of course, this is definitely going to happen. We're not skipping a week. Even if I were to skip a week, one of these other fine gentlemen pick up and carry that torch for the hangout streams, because that's just how it is. It's growing beyond just simply me, and it's everybody now. That's what these are. These are fun hangout streams for everybody to join in. All right. And saying happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thank you, Christina. Appreciate it. Kenzo says he's doing an Adora as well. So that's cool. Glad to see the royal family getting some love outside of the usual.
Got my extra head right here.
Nice.
I decided to cannibalize some of my right.
Everybody loves
some
a little extra
royal head.
Even better.
I decided to cannibalize some of my Masterverse figures. Just kind of shelf space is getting kind of sparse, and I'm kind of combining them with some like origin figures, just to get some better armor, like weapons and head swaps. I took my WWE Ray Stratos and my Zodak. And I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with them yet. I know I do want to make a 2000X Zodak. So I don't know if I'm going to wait for the extra figure or just use this one, paint up the body, sculpt some boots, and a waist for him.
Sounds like a good plan, bro.
Yeah.
Sounds
and
great.
If not, then I just have another Cosmic Enforcer.
Hey, there you go, right? You could always use more. That's why they're the Lantern Core, not just Green Lantern by himself.
Right. Which, that would also be another cool kind of crossover, like what they're doing with like TMNT.
It's not the first time He-Man has crossed over with DC.
Yeah. I would love to see a figure from the, I think it was the Injustice comic, where He-Man got the powers of Shazam.
Oh, that would be neat.
And all that.
It looked a little too much like Thor, though.
Really cool.
I think that might be a little too Thor-like.
The suit was white, and then he had the harness on his chest, but it, the like Thunderbolt looked. I think it was like kind of crossed over a little bit with like it was like the cross, and then the bottom of the cross had a little like zag of the like Thunderbolt, and then he had the hood on and the white cape, and it actually looked really cool. I actually wanted to make a custom figure of it.
Well, no time like the present, right?
Right.
So, Eric Perryman has joined in. Good to see you, brother. Always awesome to have you here. We've got Death Seeker in the house joining in as well. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And Radnom, he is hanging out in the chat, saying happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Good to see you. And Brick, who is actually up north right now. We all got to see a real cool picture of Brick hanging out with Ken from Toy Connections earlier today. It's not very often we all get to hang out and see each other because we all live drastically far away. So anytime we can have these meetups, it's always great that we get to be able to connect in the real world for a bit. As a matter of fact, Lawrence just posted the video where we stopped at Random Treasures earlier this week when he was here last Saturday. So it's really cool to go watch that and see it. And it was great to spend some more time with Lawrence because I really didn't think that was going to happen again until sometime next year. As a matter of fact, speaking of news for next year, we'll get to that in a little bit here. I'm going to finish up running through. And Brick saying, hope everyone on screen and in the chat had a wonderful day. I certainly have so far. It's been amazing. And scrolling through, just trying to catch any other names
food,
that I may
more
have
food.
missed.
It's great.
Right? Yeah, what a better day. You just eat, sleep again.
I think after this, I'll probably get some more turkey, and then an hour or so later, I'll go back for another nap.
You know what? Why not, right? It is the day of that. So Eric says he's actually repainting Attila as Adora as well with his vintage Princess of Power. So that's great. And Brick mentioned it was great hanging out with Ken today. Absolutely. Hopefully, since we'll get into that news, right? So earlier this week, the Four Horsemen released their schedule for next year. Wait a minute. Oh, sorry, Lawrence. I always go live on Thursday anyway. It's just on a different channel. Okay. Lawrence, if you're free and you want to join, I mean, I know you went with a pre-recorded tonight, but if you'd like to hop on, brother, I sent the link out, so definitely.
I honestly forgot that he actually had a video on tonight.
Oops.
Whoops.
Wait, Lawrence has a channel?
Of course, I've been live since 7 p.m. my time. So
Yeah, I was gonna say you started live earlier tonight, with Wilhelm and Jim and Epic Badger joined in for a while and everything. It was great seeing all you guys up there and talking about
it. And
yeah,
Robert's in Infinite Realms.
Right?
We were discussing mental health in general and trying to survive, the holiday blues and stuff for a lot of people that, on top of the holiday stress, you also have the lack of sun and, being able to go outside because it's, 30 degrees out and everything else. So.
Right. Yeah. Not everybody's built for these colder temps and can handle going outside. And for some, it's not even a matter of being able to handle the colder temps, but it's the fact that you wake up in the morning, you go to work and it's dark outside.
Yeah.
And then by the time you get off of work and you're coming home, it's dark outside.
I used to work in a factory that was underground, basically, for the most part. They built it actually in the ground, except for maybe 6 feet of it. But that was you worked down, you went downstairs to get into the building.
Yeah.
And we start work at 5 a.m. and leave at 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. It was I never saw the sun. It was
right.
You go outside for lunch and you're ah!
There was a video I saw. It was a short clip of someone getting off work at it was 3:58, and they're walking to their car, and the sun's shining, and then they get to the car, and it turns 4, and it's pitch freaking black.
Yep.
Yeah. That's kind of how it is.
What do you really need to mod on your live stream, huh? Are you just posting the links or anything like that? Put them in the description. Come on, jump on with us. And then we'll direct people to go to your premiere after. And Corey was mentioning that is an awesome Zodak, by the way. And he had also mentioned that Adora is on his list as well for customs.
Mm-hmm.
Always good. I love the creativity in the community here. It's fantastic. Thursday without a friend. For those of you that don't know, when Lawrence does go live on Thursdays, he always goes live with a friend. As a matter of fact, I was actually on his channel. It was actually over a month ago now. It feels like it was just a couple weeks ago. I joined him for a Thursday, and he calls it Thursday with a friend. And apparently this Thursday, it's without a friend. So, well, first time joining us on the channel, but this man is a legend in his own right. Oh, as well as we got one more popping in as well. Let's keep the party rolling tonight. We've got Jim Largo from Largo's Lair joining us this evening.
Jim, hey guys, go ski, brother.
I know, Ed. It's been forever.
Right.
I have been called a legend in my own mind, so I'll take that.
I've called Brick a legend in his own pants, and everybody seemed to catch on with that. So
you could say Brick is stacked.
Whoa!
Yeah. See what you did there.
I know, thank you.
And we also have Kenny from Kenzo's Creations joining us as well.
What up, guys? Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, brother. It's good to see you.
Happy awkward shrimp eating day.
I'm about at the limit of what my keister can handle being in the chair doing 3 hours with Ed and the gang. I just want to drop on and say thanks, Oz, for the invite. I love watching you guys. I don't always comment, but I'm in the peanut gallery. Usually if I have it on the TV at night, I can't, I'm not near the keyboard to get on and put my 2 cents in.
I'm the same most of the time. I have a stream on the other screen, and I just kind of lurk, but I just still give a view and a like.
Always.
There you go.
It's just like me.
Yeah, I'll put in a shameless plug. If anybody's having trouble with the holidays, got some blues going, I put a little blurb with some coping skills over on the Lair. Check it out. Hopefully it helps somebody. It's stuff I've used. Some of it works. Some of it works if you use it, which sometimes I don't. But hey, Brick.
That's right. Another word for legend is myth. And ain't that the truth? Because we are all mythic.
So how was your guys' turkey day? Pretty good?
Oh man, it was fantastic. I was mentioning before we went live. I ended up falling asleep rather early yesterday. So then I ended up waking up extremely early today. I got up like 4 a.m. and then I just wasn't having it. I was like, I'm going to go back to bed. Then I forgot to turn off my work alarm. So I woke up as if it was time to go to work. And after that, I was done because my usual clock set in. And I'm like, all right, I'm up. But yeah, just kind of had a lazy day, just relaxing and trying to enjoy this extra day off this week. So
It is a bonus. It's nice.
I want to
It
know what
is.
this Largo inspired purchase that Brick made was.
Here it is.
Oh.
Maximilian from the Black Hole Diamond Select,
Nice.
which is another favorite, especially amongst the co-hosts of Soy Friends. We all like watching the Black Hole, and they're so random and you don't see them everywhere, but anytime you can see toys from the Black Hole, it's always fun to snag them up.
Yeah, underrated movie. Cool stuff.
It is that early sci-fi.
One of the first movies I remember going to see in a theater, actually.
Nice.
Not actually remember, but
Kenny, we haven't heard much from you tonight. How's your turkey day been?
It was good. It was good. We went. My grandma she hit 100 this year, so she's staying over in a she's in assisted living now. So
Yeah.
But they have like a clubhouse that they can reserve, and we reserved it quite a while ago. So we did it over there. It was nice because we could just bring grandma right over. And dude, yeah, I pigged out, man. Good food, really, really good food. Whole family showed up. So, and then Merrick had a little buddy of his, and he's having a sleepover. So I told him, go in there and be quiet because I'm gonna be on live. they're not gonna be quiet, but
they never will. It's really a sleepover.
Really, but you're a dad, so you got to say that, right?
Yeah, that's one of those things. It's pre-recorded. Be quiet, don't break anything.
That's right.
Don't break anything, damn it.
That rule just doesn't go for kids around here, though. That goes for anybody that walks.
True.
Hey, don't break anything. You're welcome to play with whatever you like. Just don't break any of it.
Don't break it.
The other day, I had my three nieces and nephews here, and they all came in. They're like, "Ooh, what is this toy? What is this toy?" So I ended up pretty much bringing down all my like origins, and they were playing with them, and I was showing them the action features. He-Man, when I finally got him back, his head was twisted around, his legs were bent all awkward, his accessories were missing. I had to find them on the floor, and
at least with origins, though, you have very little risk of them actually breaking it unless they're really rough with it, right?
I was a little scared when they wanted
pretzels this past weekend.
I was a little scared when they wanted to mess with my the one GoBot I have because he's really old, but he didn't break. So
what's funny is I actually ordered I ordered one of the super sidekills this week. Actually, it should come in the next few days. I actually got on eBay and decided to order one because I had actually I stumbled upon it somewhere, and I got the first season on YouTube or whatever. So I start watching it again, and I was like, dude, I remember I had the Psykill back when I was younger, and so I got the super one, which is like 7-inch or whatever. I don't know how tall the big one is, but dude, GoBots were so cool.
It's Chad was showing off that Psykill, and it's like, you are an enabler, sir, because that's cool, and I think I want that on my shelf.
And it's so cool watching the cartoon. It's a Hanna-Barbera cartoon, so the color is real nice. It's really good art on it, and it's just some good stories. There's some good stories on it.
Right, like
when I was little,
we all. Go ahead, bud.
I was just gonna quick say, when I was little, I totally thought this was like Hot Wheels Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
And when I tried searching for him now, that's what I searched for. And I was like, okay. And then I searched every single Optimus Prime toy, didn't find it. And then randomly saw GoBots. I'm like, that looks kind of similar. So I searched all of them, and then I found them.
Nice.
Nice.
But I think my mom or my grandma probably got this at like well, not this same one, but like when she got me mine, it was like a garage sale thing for like 5 cents back in the like 80s.
Hell yeah.
I played with it all the time.
Yeah, the GoBots were a little bit, I don't know. I think like the stores I go to, small town, you find them at like the Duck Walls or, like Ben Franklin or whatever else. There's some of the cheaper ones, of course, but they were, I don't know. Them and obviously Transformers was the bigger line, but that was fun. They were cool. Liked them.
It was called Pincher, where it didn't really look like a vehicle. It looked more like almost like an animal. I always thought it looked like this weird bat kind of like alien looking spaceship almost in a way. And, to me, it just looked really, really cool. And I thought it was a Transformer. I didn't know there was a difference when I was that young.
Yeah, well, and there was a lot of them. I mean, even now you see a lot of those knockoff. There's so many. I mean, the little Gundam ones or whatever, the ones even coming over. I saw where they had Eternia Dreams had like a little episode on that on their YouTube channel about all the different transforming type toys. That's kind of cool.
Funny you bring up Eternia Dreams because they just opened up like a newer location in Gettysburg now. Eternia Dreams is only like about an hour or so away from me. They're right here in Maryland. If you guys have never checked them out, look them up. They're a fantastic store. Is actually where I met Pixel Dan just a few months back and bought a copy of the book and had him sign it, which we did as a giveaway on Toy Frenzy. And John, Emerald Knife Photos, is the one who won that. So I dropped it off to him at PowerCon. But they just opened up a new location up in Gettysburg. Now, there are a couple of us that are out here on the East Coast that live kind of like in a centralized area. Corey from Make Shape Create is there. If you guys have ever seen Lee's Customs, he's pretty close by as well. Some of you I know have probably picked up his Queen Marlena pack that he made to adapt a Origin Sorceress to Queen Marlena, which is pretty cool. But then also, even the popular Mr. Home Arcade. The four of us are actually all planning a trip to go up to the new Eternia Dream location because they are also now an authorized retailer of Mythic Legions, which we haven't had one of those around here in Maryland. Like, you got to drive pretty far to find any authorized retailer of them. Mm-hmm. And they've got quite the display going on up in Gettysburg. So we're all planning on making a trip where we're all going to meet up. Hopefully each of us will film some content for the channels. And just, again, it's not often that we can all meet up and do stuff because, where we all live is in some cases very, very drastic and far away. Right, Jim?
Exactly.
So,
I was fortunate enough to pick up the Figure Obscura Headless Horseman. Love it. Great set.
Did you get the new retail one or did you get the previous one?
I got the previous one,
yeah,
which I'm very happy with.
Oh man, that's the one that made me fall in love with them. Like, I got that thing in my hands last year, did an unboxing video of it. As a matter of fact, we were just talking about it not too long ago. That was the first time Bud and Brick both went live with me on the channel. We were, I was unboxing that. Brick was in the chat unboxing his. So then we ended up going and boom. After that, next thing I know, I'm hosting a once-a-month show called Legions Class and talking and going crazy about all stuff Mythic Legions, which again
is talking about getting rid of everything else and stopping collecting everything else. And
yeah,
strictly
quite
for horsemen and whew.
Now this new set, what is it? Rising Suns, they're calling it. Oh man,
yes.
There's some sweet designs in there. I love the dwarves. I love the sculpts. It's fun.
You're getting that bear, aren't you, Jim?
I want it. I really want it.
Who doesn't want a freaking articulated bear for their collection that you guys can? It's got a saddle made for it.
Yeah,
you put a figure on it and ride. It doesn't matter which line you collect. If you've got like a 6-7 inch figure, he can ride a fucking bear.
I've always wanted a bear for like my like a Wondar figure. I think like an armored bear would look really good on him.
Definitely.
Well, I don't know if you saw Faker Battle Cat had just done that. He had a bear.
Yeah.
I think it was like a Michael's bear. He just got it at Michael's.
Mm-hmm.
and he redid it and painted it as Battle Cat. And actually the saddle from Classics fit right on there perfectly. So he threw that sucker on there. It looked good, man. It was cool.
When I first saw him painting it, he was just putting the green coat on, and I was like, "Is that a McFarlane Jokerized polar bear?"
Yeah.
Because he's putting out like 500 of those darn things.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything's Jokerized.
It's gotta
Toddy
be.
Mac.
There's like
God bless
two
him.
of them that are cool, and the rest are like, come on.
Stop it. Just stop.
Yeah.
No,
And
that's funny.
Bill's joining us here in the chat as well, saying hello, folks. Hey, he was actually just posted a premiere video not too long ago, a little bit earlier, about Hogan. You know, brother, I don't often tell lies except when I open up my mouth. The tall tales of Terry.
But he always had a great tan. I got to give him that.
Yeah,
You know,
there you go.
and at least his looked more natural than some of these people that get like the spray tans. Like his actually looked like, I guess he used like more bronzer or something. His looked always more natural, even though definitely most of them you could tell. Like, you know, he wasn't laying on a tanning bed for all of that. He sprayed in areas he had to.
Yeah, Terry probably had a tanning booth in his house though, so he probably was.
Oh, you know, he definitely had one in the house. Yeah, he had one right next to his treadmill in the basement.
Right.
As a matter of fact, Terry's tan lines, it was a fanny pack. Where his tan lines that you would see.
And that, you know, that room is playing his theme song like all 24/7. You know?
Oh yeah.
Which it does the rotation, right? It starts off with "I Am a Real American" and then switches over into "Voodoo Child," which, by the way, genius, absolute genius use of great song, especially when you got to switch up your themes. But you know, he could do that very well because, you know, one of the big plus sides of having Ted Turner back you, this guy owns his own freaking cable network. He can pay for the royalties off of any song you want. If he doesn't already somehow have his name roped into the rights, you know. So wrestling at WCW back in the heyday definitely had to have his had its perks, you know.
It's funny.
Yeah, I wasn't really into like the New World Order and all that stuff that came later. But when I was a kid, I rooted for the villains. I loved Roddy Piper and the Piper's Pit. I loved watching those guys. That was so fun.
One of the best.
Yeah.
You know,
I was a huge fan of the Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov when they were their tag team. Loved those guys together.
Yes, definitely both of them. And guys, remember when, you know, we're coming into the 90s in Desert Storm and Sergeant Slaughter switched sides? Oh man.
It's crazy.
Man, he received death threats and everything, like incredible. But some of the best, absolute best storytelling of wrestling. You know, this past week I popped on and I was watching Raw. It's been the first time in ages I've sat down and really watched Raw because just, I don't know, I was played out a lot of the storylines. I don't even know who half the new talent is anymore because I just don't watch it regularly. I find myself watching reruns on YouTube or whatever when I can catch it. And I loved when WWE Network was actually getting the entire vintage library up. Well, that got all scrapped when they were like, yeah, we're going to go with Peacock now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I gotta give a shout out to Zazel because he started showing all those old Sarge clips on his channel. I was like, this stuff's cool, man. It really got me back into the Sarge. So that was fun.
It does, you know, and you remember what a giant he was to so many of us as kids. Like we talked to him about him in action figure form, but it was like your cartoon came to life. Like if you started with Sarge and G.I. Joe and then you switched over and you saw wrestling and there was the Sarge, this wasn't just another cartoon. This was a real guy, you know, and it's definitely one of the most amazing things of my age. And I love the fact that the Sarge has transcended. I think he's probably the only person who is in like 4 different toy lines and managed to pull it off simultaneously.
I know, right?
We had him in the Masters of the WWE Origins line out just a couple years back. Shortly after that, then they had a WWE figure of him come out. Then they rolled over and you had him come out in Action Force.
Mhm.
And then, boom, Hasbro had him pop up in G.I. Joe. So it was 4 figures simultaneously out on shelves. Nobody else, I think, could say that. Well, maybe with the popularity of Turtles these days, because everybody gets a license to put out Turtle
I think
figures.
I got a license for Turtles. I think it's in the mail. It's coming.
It came with your 3D printer,
For
right?
an actual actor, celebrity, whatever you want to call him,
Yeah.
that is retired, right? I mean, he's been other than
not
doing
even
shows and stuff, right? I mean,
in the middle. Yeah.
4 action figures in 4 different lines when you're retired. That's impressive.
Right?
That's
Right?
awesome.
And he's got to have the royalty deals hooked up with that too.
Oh,
So
yeah. And
hey,
He's
Hall
still
of
making his
Fame
rounds
for,
on all the cons and
yeah.
getting signature. I saw him
Yeah.
just at Eternity of Dreams not too long ago and did all those
And,
autographs.
yeah, I'm not sure if he's still active, but he was also like a goodwill ambassador for the wrestling.
yeah,
I'm
for
not sure.
WWE.
Yeah, so
He still makes
and
appearances on the show once in a great while now, but a couple
Yep.
years
Yeah.
back, he still was making regular appearances once in a while.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they call
that's
him
cool.
they still call him up. But the best part about it is too, like, even with everything that goes on with WWE and how, like, when a talent leaves WWE and they no longer go by the name they had in WWE, they got to go to, well, like Edge most recently, right? He just returned to wrestling a little while ago and he was going under the Edge name again. And now he's switched over to AEW and he's not going by Edge. He's got to go by Adam Copeland, his actual name. And that's because really when you wrestle for WWE, they basically own your identity.
I may
Not
have
Sarge.
just now found out Edge's real name.
That's okay. Sorry.
You
But,
ruined it. You ruined it.
Wait,
just
wrestling's
Buddy's
fake?
childhood is ruined now, Oz. Good job.
No,
First
wrestling
Santa
is
Claus
not
and now
fake.
this. I mean, wait.
Next you're gonna say
Ozzy
Santa
Claus.
isn't real.
What?
Santa Claus is definitely real.
Easter Bunny.
As a matter of fact, Bill has joined us. Stone Cold Bill
Bill
in the
looks a
house.
little different than usual.
He's gonna pass
he
out
got a
some
haircut.
stunners.
Yeah.
Hey,
It looks
hey,
sharp.
Hey
It looks
guys,
real
what's going
sharp.
on, man?
we match.
Yeah,
No, cigarettes in his mouth.
Decided
He looks normal.
join y'all
Yeah,
tonight.
cigarettes there. He's good.
Yeah. Good to have you joining us, Bill. Good to see you, brother. How's your Thanksgiving been?
Oh, I've been sitting here at the house by myself. It's just not been fun. Just kind of hanging out, just here at the house. It's just not a whole lot going on. My wife's working, so I cut a video today, and I noticed you guys were on, so I decided to come on with you guys.
We appreciate that, man. I wasn't really sure how
it's
this
just
was going to
one
go
of those
tonight.
things that you have to deal with when family's working.
Right.
Sorry, Nolan.
Look, first off, no one is
Did
spreading
you get a
these.
chance to watch my video yet? Any of you guys watched the video?
Yeah, I was there during the premiere. I was in the chat. Terry's Tall Tales.
Yeah, pretty cool, wasn't it?
It definitely was, man. It was great.
What's this crap about Santa not being real, man? You need to cut it out, man. Santa is absolutely real.
Everybody needs to stop that rumor mill right now because you know what? We need to give all the recognition to that man there is. He's up there in the North Pole, one of the most barren climates out there in this world, working hard in a toy factory. And, he's got all them elves up there. We got to give them credit for making all these freaking toys that everybody's about to get for Christmas. Santa Claus is 100% real. Do not spread that crap on my channel.
I could tell you, being in Colorado, man, I'm only like 20 miles south of NORAD. So, I mean, I'm right there where they track him. I got I'm
right?
close. I'm close.
I think that was just a vicious rumor started by the Easter Bunny. I'm just saying. He's known to start trouble.
He's a little angry, a little salty.
Started that.
He's salty about all the recognition that Fat Man gets,
I believe that.
Love
I
him,
totally believe that. He's just a bit salty about everything.
Absolutely.
All right. So Joe has joined us this evening. Happy Thanksgiving, Joe. Glad you could be here, brother. As
Sweet.
well as Terrence St. John has also joined us this evening. Absolutely fantastic. I honestly did not know how many people would show up tonight. I wasn't sure. I know various live streams and everything else was going on. So I appreciate everybody, taking the time to stop in and really just hang out, because this is what it's all about.
We've loosened
I
our
hadn't
belts,
woken up
sat
from-
down, and we're good.
No, if I hadn't woke up from a nap, I would have totally missed it.
Hey, I saw a question there in the chat that said, "Did Bono wrestle? Did Bono ever wrestle?"
Wait,
Bono from YouTube?
I tell you what, if I ever got in the ring with him, I would stiff the hell out of him. Did Bono wrestle too?
Well, Sonny Bono wrestled the tree and lost, but that's a different
Oh,
story.
dang.
Oh, too soon? Too soon? Ooh.
No, it's been quite a while. I think it's not. I don't think it's too soon.
I don't think so either. I think it's been quite a while.
Yeah, that's past the time. The statute of limitations is.
Right. I think it's okay to joke about that thing now, right?
Oh, it's okay. Bad YouTube joke. Okay, got it.
There we go. Yeah.
This thing is too
Like
soon.
The Edge. Got it. Okay, now you know what?
Makes
Now
sense.
it's wrapping around. The
It went
Edge.
They kind of.
Rick's having the same problem I was last weekend with the sarcasm. No one's catching it. No one's catching what he's throwing.
Everybody's a little slow with all the tryptophan.
That's right.
Yep. That's what it is, man. The sarcasm meter. We need the BS meter
I
again.
haven't had my turkey yet.
You haven't
I
had
had
your turkey
chili
yet.
for supper. Yeah.
Ooh.
No.
Chili's always a good
I'm here
one,
by
too.
myself. My wife's working.
So you didn't make the turkey for her?
No.
Hopefully-
my daughter's doing chicken.
Bill,
and
don't
dressing
worry.
in her house.
Okay. Well, there you go. I was just gonna say, Bill, don't worry. She doesn't watch my channel, so you're fine. She won't know.
Speaking of Thanksgiving, do y'all call it dressing or
You don't know what
stuffing?
she watches, man.
If it's in a
Stuffing's
pan by
nasty,
itself,
man.
it's dressing. If it's up inside of a bird's butt, then it's stuffing.
That's right.
Fair.
Makes sense.
Stuffing's nasty. Gross.
See,
I'm not eating
I
I've
hate
always called it stuffing. I've always called it stuffing, no
Same.
matter where it came from.
I called it. Leave that shit off my plate. That's what I call
Hey, I
agree
love
100%
this stuff.
with that.
I love
I
stuffing.
love this stuff.
Dressing's
It's
good.
like my favorite.
Dressing's great. My mom makes best dressing.
You know what? I like. You call me blasphemous if you want. I love stovetop.
Yeah.
The stuff right out the box. That's one of my favorites.
Gross.
I don't know why they call
But
it
you can
hamburger
do
helper.
things
was
to it,
called
though, to make it
certified
so
by
good.
itself.
That's right.
Crack an egg with it.
Homemade ketchup, Eddie.
Saute
Nothing
up a
but
little
the best.
onion, carrot, celery. Instead of
You want a
water,
spoon
use
for
some
that?
chicken broth. Or
Yeah, there
like
you
we do here, we buy the can or the jarred turkey gravy and just mix that with the water, and it pretty much makes chicken broth.
Get
There
the
you go.
juice, man. You get the juice. No, it's okay. You
The
make the
hell kind of
gravy out of the
backwoods gravy
juice.
are you making, buddy?
Hey, man, I
Wisconsin
love gravy.
style.
Good job.
Gravy
Here in
goes
Nolan.
on
Crack it
Guatemala,
open.
Thanksgiving is obviously not a thing because the Pilgrims didn't quite swing this way when they were
Uh.
cruising around. But I remember making a Thanksgiving dinner when I first got here. My wife looked at the cranberry sauce and she's like, "The hell is that?" It's cranberry sauce. Like, that ain't what a cranberry looks like. It's like,
Yeah, I was
no.
gonna say, is it cranberry sauce or is it the canned sliced
that's
gelled?
no.
Oh, it was the cranberry jello that comes out of the can because
With
Yeah.
the ribs.
Yep.
That is the
Yep.
perfect kind for
That's-
slicing and
That's
putting on a
the
sandwich.
measurement
That's the-
cutting lines.
There you go.
Yeah.
You take your dressing, you put turkey on top of it, you put all kind of gravy on top of that, then you put the cranberry sauce on top of that, and you mix all that shit together, and you eat it up. Yum, yum, yum. Man,
Makes a good sandwich.
cannot wait.
Nice cold
Mhm.
turkey
Tom just
sandwich.
said you put all that stuff on a taco shell and you're good to go. That's what he says for leftover.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I
Hey,
can
that's
tell
a
you.
great
Coming
way to do
from Pueblo, Colorado, you don't have gravy on your mashed potatoes. You put green chili on the mashed potatoes. That's the good stuff.
That does
Sounds
sound
good.
pretty good.
Yeah, smothered
And a
green
man
chili
right
on
after
top
my
of the
own
mashed
heart
potatoes.
right there, man.
Money.
I mean, I'll
My
put
chili
chilies
on
on
mashed potato.
everything.
Dude, honestly, like I've dated Hispanic women my entire life, and to this day, even Merrick's mom, like when I painted her for Halloween, I did that thing for her, and she made me a batch of enchiladas, and I'm just like every now and then I still get a little bit of love from it because I got spoiled eating Mexican food, man. Oh, too good.
Some of my
I might be
favorite food.
biased, but yeah, I think women south of the border are some of the best cooks, man. They're awesome.
Absolutely. A lot more love into it. Well, she's got all her grandma's recipes and stuff, and her grandma's from Mexico, so it was like
Oh yeah.
all that stuff's authentic, and it's just, all the stuff you find. I'm like, where'd you even find that spice? It's like you got to look in the back corner somewhere. It's cool, but it's good, man. Good heat. Definitely got to do that. Hey, and speaking of turkeys, no, that's a bad segue. Did you guys see the McFarland thing? I'm sure you guys have seen a few other people do it, but Merman, oh my God.
Merman on the seahorse.
Oh.
That's what I said. That is the first time I saw that seahorse was like, I think Lawrence was showing it off on one of his Monday night ramblings, or I'd seen it earlier that day, and then he brought it up. This is the exact same thing I said.
Well, you don't even have to paint it. It's exact.
It's already
you could change the gold a little bit if you want, but dude, it's perfect.
My thing is, right, I just got handed this friggin' thing at well, you're full screen so nobody can see.
Yeah, get me out of here. I'm too ugly. Get the ugly guy out of there.
So I just got handed this thing at PowerCon from the guys at McFarland.
Ooh.
And it's like from, New Avatar. And, it's an underwater sea creature thing.
Yeah.
And I was going to put them on this, but I mean, like, that looks better. Now, one cool thing, though, is like all these green spots on the back here. I got to get a UV light. These are UV activated,
Nice.
not just glow in the dark.
The only
Then
problem
there's
with
also
that thing, Oz, is
isn't there
the saddle is so small.
Right.
isn't there also a McFarland remote control like shark?
Is
I think for, like,
McFarland doing a
the
remote control shark?
I think it's either that or it's like the Fortnite.
Well, the Fortnite doesn't have a remote control shark, but they've got a really neat giant shark that actually acts as like a storage chest too. Because
Yeah, it's got like loot in it.
yeah, you throw all the loot inside the shark, and it's pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm.
Yeah, I tried to order that seahorse and it was like sold out, lickety split. I was like, man,
Seahorse is sold out
It's
everywhere.
the thing is, like, because you could use it in so many other things.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
people that don't collect McFarlane are coming in trying to get it for some other toy line.
Well, and I think I found it was Amazon. It was I think it was $30 on Amazon. And just for the overall size and weight of that sucker, I was like, actually, that's not bad because, I mean, I bet you even the shipping, if you bought it from a third party, the shipping alone would be about $20 because of the weight on it. So yeah, $30 free shipping. I take it.
And that peg's
say
on,
with
right?
those-
That's got a ball joint, so it can move up and down, right? Yeah.
No
Yeah, I
Savage
had
Crucible. What are they? The underwater
fishmen.
critters. Yeah, those would look fun with that too.
Oh yeah.
They'd fit in phenomenally with them. I mean, there's so much good looking stuff out there from Savage Crucible too. I'm really excited. Earlier we were talking about Mythic Legions and where they're coming up. They released their schedule and they're going to be at a lot of surprising places. And I know Savage Crucible is probably going to be matching most of them. But like going to Joe Fest this year, I got real excited because not only is Mythic Legions coming to Joe Fest, but they're also going to Maryland Toy Expo. So my home show, they're going to be here. And that's a twice a year show that gets done. It's not just one time a year for a whole weekend. It's twice a year. It's only one day per weekend, though. So you're still only getting 2 days out of the year.
At least you
really
can
need
spread it
more
out a
of
little bit and make it better on your wallet, right?
Well, it's every 6 months that they do it. So like
That's pretty smart.
They just did it now, and I believe it'll be around April because Dawn and I went this past April. I believe it was April when we went to it this, before. When it was coming up this time around, it was right before Legion's Con, so I wasn't really being able to plan to go because the plan was to go to Legion's Con, which I just couldn't get off of work for that, so I didn't end up doing it.
Steel City Con does the same thing from Pittsburgh. They do 2 times a year. They do once in the spring and once in the fall, but they do Saturday, Sunday shows.
See, I wish it were a 2-day show, Like, I really wish it were, but the way they do it, it's only the one day.
But the Steel City Con is like a real big con. I mean, they have celebrities and all sorts of crazy stuff that goes on there.
Yeah, I'm a little sucked up on this Joe
McFarlane
Fest this year. Not so much just because of all the cool swag there, but so many people that we know. Everybody was there and hanging out. It was like, man, I kind of wish I'd gone, but I couldn't get away.
Yeah. Well, that was PowerCon as well. So many of us got to meet at PowerCon. I was able to actually meet Mega J at PowerCon because he was coming down for it. I think next year, since there is no PowerCon, I'm pretty sure we're all trying to plan and meet up at Joe Fest. Like, that's going to be the central location for everybody to meet up this year, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. So my plans are Joe Fest.
I got a question here, Oz.
Yep.
If McFarlane Toys can make that seahorse, why can't they make Aquaman seahorse for the Superpowers line? Huh?
Actually, I was just looking now at Amazon because I wanted to see if they had the seahorse, and they do. They kind of have a thing going where you can buy 3 for the price of 2. So if you want to army build those, whatever. But $29.
It's good.
That ain't bad.
But speaking of seahorse for that scale, I was scrolling through the list. I just typed in McFarlane Seahorse, and I found this by this little company called Safari Ltd. There's a 5-inch, there's a 5-inch scale seahorse that I'll post to Oz here.
Well, why don't you screen?
I don't know how to do that because I'm using my phone as my camera, and I'm on my
DM
PC.
me that. DM me that link there, Oz. I want that link. I want to see what he's got going on.
Yeah, I'll.
Safari Limited makes some really cool animals. And Schleich
does really good stuff.
I just picked up
actually been
this
looking at a lot of
Phoenix from
stuff.
Schleich, and it is so cool. It's got
they got
ball joints at the wings. It's got some translucent parts.
They have an awesome ribbon that's in that same line with that Phoenix. It's awesome.
There's a 2-pack of this like lava creature, something else, and then there's this sword that's in this like stone.
Yep.
Nice.
And I'm always wondering if that sword could fit into like Origin hands.
I did get that.
It does.
Like the snow leopard thing with the with like the ice on his back. I got that one from the Schleich or whatever.
Yeah, that was pretty cool looking too. I saw that.
They're a little small for everything.
There's a bunch of those sets.
They'd work great for Superpowers though, because that's a 5-inch line, so they'd be perfect.
Yeah.
So I'm actually sending Bill the link for this seahorse now, and I'm going to bring it up so everybody can see it.
Thanks, Oz.
Yeah, anytime, brother. As a matter of fact, Bud also sent me.
Beauty, man. We're always on top of things.
Right? Somebody's always found something or knows something. And I agree. It's important, because this hobby isn't an easy hobby.
No.
Not with the
I was also looking at
things are distributed these days.
The Schleich, they have this like kind of pony and horse set. And I was always looking at the horses to see if they would scale with Origin, so I can make like a swift one.
Oh, cool.
So if anybody wants to copy down that really long URL that I have sitting at the bottom of the screen, that is to the McFarlane Seahorse.
Oh, hey, Bud,
from the early days.
There is a 1/12 scale horse there. One's brown and one's white, I believe. It's called 1/12 scale, but it's actually smaller. That might actually work better for the He-Man figures. It's only like $19 off of Temu.
Oh, nice.
So
I'll have to take a peek
Kind
at
of see
that.
the scale. They got a little sand pail in the background. I don't know. This thing's actually okay. If that's a 1-to-1 scale seahorse, you see at the bottom there it says 1-to-1 scale. This thing's tiny.
Yeah.
That would not.
They said the
scale
whole
with-
thing was
the
like
difference,
5.
I mean, you look at the McFarlane, you've got the armor and you've got the harness and you've got the, it's just, it is made literally, it's perfect. I mean, like you said, it's just bigger. It just would be if they had a smaller
Right.
scale version.
I
then,
would
yeah.
I would bet though, with the popularity of that seahorse, that McFarlane probably is looking at making one for the Superpowers line with
That
the
would be-
popularity of that seahorse.
I would hope so.
I mean, they made the invisible jet. Come on.
Yeah,
I
right.
swear to God, I thought he was just going to sell a box.
You can print on it.
Yeah.
If you look at the front of the box, it looks like it's just a box with a figure
Yeah.
sitting in the middle of the air. It really
And
does.
John Cena's in the seat.
You can't see.
He's the pilot. I knew it.
Sorry, bad joke. Bad joke.
Nah, it's a perfect joke. We love that joke.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, this sucker's big, and I did put him. I did put the bottom in the boiling water for a little bit just to get that nice and softened up. And yeah, it
Right.
rotates. It's got a little ball joint, and then this little thing comes off on the back.
Oh,
Just
So,
ripped off a
look.
seahorse's ass on my live stream.
Yeah.
how violent.
Hey, it gets wild on Saturday nights. This is.
It's better, I was just gonna say it's better than showing the seahorses.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Hey,
We don't
check
need
this
that.
out, guys. No.
You can show off his chocolate starfish.
Oh,
It happened
Ah.
one time, okay? Just that one stream, and it will be in forever infamy. Oz's stream is the asshole stream. You can show whatever you want on there.
you know what the bad part is when you said that, buddy?
Speaking of pink flowers.
Hmm.
Speaking of
Still
pink
there,
flowers, Largo, you need to watch my my premiere video that we did tonight, because you know that the majestic tiger showed up on there.
Oh, did he? I'll check
Bjorn, the
it out.
majestic tiger.
Indeed.
No, I had a
The-
guy that I worked with at the prison that I actually we were doing the one thing that you always hated to do when you work at a prison is you always got to do the strip outs and stuff when you go in place to place, And the guy there was one officer that he always and I actually walked. I had to catch. I heard it and I couldn't believe it, so I had to go ask him after because he was in the other partition in the other room. I go, "Did you seriously say that?" He goes, "All right, do this. Okay, now bend over and let me see your starfish and cough." And I'm like, dude, come on, man. That was always the most
Wow.
awkward thing about that job is just
It sounds like a popular job.
yeah.
Mm.
Well, honestly, you work at a women's prison, it's better because you don't have to do any of that. You just kind of
As a guy, you can't do
Yeah.
any of that.
you just kind of show up and yeah, it's not
Well,
bad.
I wonder if that still holds true now.
Oh yeah, well, there was a few different scenarios in the system that I mean they went over. We had this whole training in that because you could get in trouble if you mislabel somebody in the prison system now. So
Right.
you gotta make sure and be safe with that. So because they'll get sued very easily.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are some weird different things because
I mean, it's a
Anyway.
whole thing. We don't talk those kind of things on the stream
Yeah.
very frequently. There's a place for that. That's not around my
Hey.
toys.
no. That I
Black
was just
Phoenix
doing the
showed up.
starfish
Hey,
joke.
Alex.
That's all.
Yeah, Alex is here telling everybody happy Thanksgiving, as well as Jamie Sanders has showed up as well, telling everybody happy Thanksgiving. And just to give some other shout outs for everybody who's been joining in. I know we had Duchess of Darkness pop in. She is here hanging out now. Hold on a sec. Here we go. And K Dog Broadcasting is also joining. And I gotta say, it's really awesome that everybody's showing up and hanging out with us tonight. Especially again, I enjoy the fact that people are here. I wasn't exactly sure how this was going to go tonight, but I appreciate you all being here and hanging out and getting some us time on Thanksgiving. Since again, we all live so far away from one another, it's nice. Because in a lot of ways, especially those of us that go live weekly and all like that, it's a family feel to it after a while, because you see everybody, you talk to everybody all week long. It's a lot nicer.
Well, I think now that like everyone's age, so they're probably hanging out with family. Now they're just kind of relaxing, sitting down, and need to find something to watch.
Well, yeah, because here on the East Coast, like for me and Ed, it's going on 11:30. So
Yeah.
Going past 11:30.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Everybody's
And-
sitting on the couch like Al Bundy today. Huh? Getting
Oh yeah, lean back, hand down the pants.
I legit did that when I went to take my nap. I had my neck pillow. Like I have this neck pillow that like drapes down like 3 feet on both sides. So I just kind of wrap my arms around both sides, hand down the front of the pants there, and just like passed out.
Yep.
It's a rite of manhood.
It's true. It's true. So we got Thor and Akostia showing up, saying happy Thanksgiving, and happy Thanksgiving to you too. Happy Frenzgiving. And so glad so many friends could be here tonight. I know
Plus, you always got to put the hand down like right in front of the buckle, because when you eat a lot of food, you don't want that buckle to like rub up against your skin, and then you get like a little chafed. It's basically a guard.
Well,
It's true.
I just wear lounge pants. I ain't got to worry about no.
Well, yeah, that I'm literally wearing that, but like I'm just saying for like people in general that go outside and have to.
What are
all that.
pants?
People that take their
Right.
one-kidneyed ass out to the real world.
It's
Yep.
single.
It's worse for those guys, those of us from the South, because you have those great big old, belt buckles for, from the rodeo that are about 10 pounds.
Ugh.
Yep.
I still have my plastic ones that got through the metal detector a lot easier. So I just got the little plastic belt.
Well,
Like,
that's not bad.
I'll be honest, because I usually don't like go out a lot. I don't think I've actually worn jeans in almost 20 years. I've always just had like cotton like lounging pants,
Hey,
and I have some like nicer pairs that I'll use for like when I go out. They're just so comfy.
Yeah.
to hell with it. Nobody
The funny thing is,
Right.
even 10, 15 years ago, though, that wasn't really accepted. And now, like, you go to Walmart, everybody's just wearing lounge pants around.
Yep.
It's like,
Hey, I'll
Socks and
say
pajamas. What are you talking
at
about?
least around here, even 20 years ago, people were going to Walmart in PJ pants.
well,
was gonna say,
Walmart's
yeah.
different, but I'm talking
Well,
like
that's true.
higher class than Walmart, right? Everybody
Yeah.
goes.
But
to
like
Walmart.
also around
Target.
here, like especially with Wisconsin and stuff, it's very normal in fall and winter to see people wearing shorts, a hoodie, and a jacket.
Oh yeah, same here in Western New York. It's
And
snowing.
shoes
Yeah.
on their head. Oh, no.
When I
I
gotta go
saw a
outside,
I saw a woman just the other day. It was snowing out, and she had flip flops and short shorts on with
Yep.
with a hoodie. I'm like,
Yeah, that's how Colorado is too. Yeah, we always
Like I have
Yeah.
like 3 or 4 hoodies, I have 1 jacket, and I've got like shorts and like lounge pants and like shirts, and like that's my whole like
now, my kids
clothing
are all like at
wardrobe.
the young adult age, right? They're 20, 19, 18, 20, and 25. And it took me forever to get them to understand that when they go places, they need to take a fucking jacket with them because they just go with their hoodies. I'm like, that's great. But what happens if your car goes into a ditch or something? You're going to freeze to death. Just take the fucking jacket and put it in the damn car. I don't give a shit if you wear it.
right? Just keep it close by. I mean, when
Yeah.
I'm
God
outside
damn, like you're
shoveling,
my dad.
I was gonna say
You
that's
gotta
another pre-recorded dad message. I got
That's
that
right.
too.
You know,
That's it.
You got to keep that. What do you call it? Your just in case. You know,
That's right.
your case of stuff in the trunk
it.
or in the back seat. That's just in case.
Absolutely.
have a good night, Aaron.
All right, Aaron. Happy Thanksgiving,
for
brother.
Night, Payne.
Nice. Yeah, and it was so cool too.
Well, guys,
just throughout the day, getting the happy Thanksgiving from everybody. You know, it's one of those things where we're here, we see our families, we go sit down, we enjoy everything, and then we got our toy community that even if you do a random like shout out to everybody, and then you start getting individual messages all day. That's cool, man. It's just always good to,
Yeah, we just
it's
talked
nice.
about that
Good.
on Largo's show a little bit earlier, Kenny, about how great this community is with just, being friendly and family to everybody, right?
Absolutely.
True.
Yeah, there's a lot of static and there's a lot of drama here and there. But I must say, for the most part, the guys that we hang out with, there's no drama. These
No.
guys are great. I have a lot of great positive experiences, a lot of camaraderie, and I'm very happy using this as my social outlet, because being a stranger in a strange land, most of my neighbors don't dig the plastic like we do. It's not a thing. So
It's true. It's true. For years, there was only like one or two people that I could really relate to when it came to toys in my area. That's my buddy Ziggy, who most of you guys saw from the PowerCon stuff, and even Lawrence's new video. Ziggy makes an appearance on there. But yeah, there was just people don't get it. They didn't get the whole toy thing,
Nope.
and now, like through YouTube and everything else, we've managed to find one another, and it doesn't feel so lonely anymore.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm going to call it a
Check
night.
it out, the Battle Royale
My
blog.
back's had about as much as it can handle. Oh,
All right,
cool.
well, have a good one. Happy
Take care,
Thanksgiving.
Jim.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, Largo, you take care, man. It's
Good
good
to
to see you.
Good to
Happy
see y'all too.
Friendsgiving,
Have a
brother.
good one. See ya.
Later.
And speaking of Friendsgiving, Battle Ram blog jumping in saying happy Thanksgiving and happy Friendsgiving to you, my friend Adam. It's good to see you. One of the best co-hosts out there that you can have jumping on a show with you.
Awesome
Adam
blog.
from Battle Ram blog. And honestly, without He-Man.org going on anymore,
Yeah.
Battle Ram
Oh, yeah.
blog is like one of the
That's now,
number
like, the-
one
yeah,
places to
number
go
one.
for your information. So if you guys haven't checked out Battle Ram blog, if you're watching this channel and you have not checked out Battle Ram blog, I don't know what you're waiting for, but head on over, check out the site, give
Are
it
you
some good
even a
traffic.
fan if you haven't? No, sorry.
Right?
Wait, Battle Royale blog.
You're
has
not a
channel?
real fan.
It's not a channel, it's just his actual
I know
his
it's a blog.
actual site. The blog. The Battle
blog.
Rammers.
All right, let me
Yep.
can I do my show and tell us?
Old school
brought this
blogger,
up.
man. Right after my own heart. I have a blog as well. Before I got started.
Right?
So I got my it was a 3D kind of a kit all the way around to do a Masterverse into a filmation. And so I was able to print the shoes,
Oh,
and then the
nice.
belt, and then the top, of course, the armor, and then the head came out really good. And this one has the articulated
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
jaws.
face looks awesome, Kenny.
Yeah, dude.
Right.
Honestly, it is probably one of my favorites, and that's why when I got this one, I was kind of like, I actually kind of like the printed one a little bit better.
How's the
especially
back
'cause you
of
can move
the-
jaws?
The back of the armor look on your Masterverse one? See, I hate on the new cartoon one, it has that gap in the armor. I hate that so much.
Oh, on the
Right,
bottom,
like
you mean?
Yeah,
no, the
well, no,
hood.
on the top where the hood.
The hood
and the armor
should meet
don't
the
meet.
armor.
Yes. Okay. Got
Yeah,
it.
like
Right.
that annoys me so
this
much.
one,
I mean,
yeah, this one looks good.
I would just cut a piece of purple cloth to put under the armor, but still,
And Bud,
like
what I'll
maybe
do is
feed a cloak through it
send me your address.
if I wanted.
Send me your address. That way, when I send you that Modi, I'll send you this kit,
Oh.
so that way you can make one in Masterverse.
Cool.
Because it's nice, man. This one.
Well, actually, I'll
looks
probably
so
put it
good.
on Origins because, like, I've been thinking of cannibalizing a lot of my Masterverse and putting them on like
Well,
a.
then I'll
Origin.
print it a little
yeah.
bigger then, because this one doesn't fit the neck hole of a Masterverse. So I'll print it just like maybe 5% bigger, and then that way it should go over the neck hole.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be cool. It might
'Cause
not
actually-
fit perfectly. You might have to do a few adjustments, but you'll be able to get it to work.
If I
You're
could do this
crafty.
without
You're crafty.
knocking anyone down, because that's usually how it goes. I cannibalized my Sun Man. Managed to cut off the waist because I was so annoyed that this didn't come off. So I just took out like hobby knife and went all the way around the edge, and I could slide it on and off.
Yeah.
But this looks just so good, and the wings, like, we need more of these wings in toys.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of the McFarlane like one piece molded wings. There was one figure, the Sky Tyrant from the Batman Who Laughs, that got these kind of wings where you could like move them around. But that figure is like $80 now a piece. So annoying.
That's the worst
sad
that
part is when you
McFarlane
find
makes wings
something
like
that you
that
really
now.
want to do for a custom, and you find the one piece, and then it's on a super expensive freaking figure.
But thankfully, Sunman Masterverse, I think it's around like $13 you can find them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Amazon
he's
has
pretty
it for
cheap these days.
Yeah. So if you want to get more of these wings, you can.
Yeah,
I got to
Yeah.
agree with Joe here. The Four Horsemen Legion wings are pretty great. They've got
Yeah.
those type of feathered wings for the Zenithon, and Joe knows better than I, but there's a couple other characters that use those angelic style wings.
Well, I think also it's the kind of the same style wings they used in classics, right?
hmm
It was what started that. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
their early versions.
Which
I
are
have
like
that
some of the
classic,
best kind of wings.
I have the classic sorceress, and there's like 4 different little parts to it as far as
Right.
So I want to get a second set of those wings so I can put them on this guy that I made.
They did a
he's
lot
cool.
of the they did a lot of those wings for the different bird characters they had in the Gothotropolis line, but that was before Mythic Legions.
Gothotropolis.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
That's
figures.
a mouthful.
Oh
That's
man,
cool.
but they are so rare because they didn't like it was a very short-lived line, and I've actually managed to see at a couple of shows now. Saw some at PowerCon and some. Oh, I actually saw all of them at Maryland Toy Expo. Actually, Collector's Corner, my local comic book shop, their booth had them. Man, they are expensive. You're talking like 250 at the cheapest.
Damn.
And depending on which bird it is and all as it goes up, they are super expensive, but they are good looking figures.
That's cool.
Unfortunately,
Well,
like most of those molds got destroyed, which is why they don't like reissue them.
Don't have any more. Damn. Well, I went to Colorado Springs the other day, and I went to, of course, we hit all the Goodwills and stuff. My mom likes to go junking, so I went with her.
Yeah.
And I hit up a couple Ross, couple TJ Maxx and all that. And dude, it's just so crazy how loaded they're getting. Like they are getting so freaking. I got those 2 packs of the Halo. There's like a 2-pack, and it was like
Yeah, I
$9.
saw you post about that. And you know, I used to collect the McFarlane Halo figures. I don't collect these newer ones.
They're pretty.
But
They're not
man,
bad.
Halo figures are good.
And the size is good. The weapons are insane. Like if you're a Joe guy, you really have a lot of options you can kind of swap those out with. But
Yeah.
I don't think I put a gun in any of my Motu guys. there's
Well,
only
they
a
got
few guys.
They got that one set out there now too with like the mech suit. You know, like it's actual like it reminds me more of like ED-209 from RoboCop.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean that it's a set with like I want to say it's one of the ODST troopers, but I don't think it is. It might be one of the other suits of armor from one of the actual Spartans. But in any case, though, it's a really cool looking mech thing, and it does scale very well with like a GI Joe O-ring style line size. So definitely for those O-ring collectors, look at those. Not quite as cheap as those Chap May things, but I tell you, those Chap May suits look great. Wilhelm started a whole thing with finding those on the dirt cheap, but I gotta say, like I've looked at a lot of the Chap May and their various different play sets and stuff that they use, like just trying to see how to cannibalize it and use it with other stuff. They got a lot of really, really neat things.
Yeah, that's always nice to find something you can hype, something you can just kind of use with whatever else you're doing, and especially if you can find it dirt cheap like that. I mean,
yeah, well, because that's the price we can all afford. Speaking of dirt cheap, Black Knight from Helidope Toys, Aaron is here, and you guys definitely check out and do some shopping tomorrow with Helidope Toys. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be camping out at their doorstep tonight, waiting to go in for their Black Friday releases tomorrow. I'm going to be kicking in the door. I'm going to try to grab a couple TVs, a couch or two, and just rolling out.
There you go. Bring a sleeping bag. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to get off this live, and I'm going to go head over there right now. They got
Good to
2
see Aaron
locations.
in here. It's good to see Aaron sitting here in the chat. I'm sure he's got a cold beverage there of Steel Reserve.
Oh, he's definitely got something nice that he's drinking tonight. That's for sure. My dog will be waiting. Everybody,
He's
this
got
is
his
just
dog
a
waiting
joke.
on your ass too.
This is absolutely just a joke, people. The dog will not. No, I'm joking. The dog would definitely be waiting. Don't show up to either Ted or Aaron's house. Please do not show up to their house.
Speaking of Helidope, you guys should go out and check on Helidope's new blog.
They do.
That was written by my son.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's right.
That's cool.
How great is it that we're getting more written media, right? Because I feel like there you go. If you show up, at least have the beer. There you go.
Aaron's like, it's okay if you come to my house.
Steel Reserve's
come
not
back.
beer; it's malt liquor.
That's true. That's true. Well, he's just telling you to bring beer. He doesn't expect you to bring the hard stuff. But
That's some strong malt liquor.
Ken and I were also talking the other day, and it was shortly before. Was it before or was it after? They had done live. No, nobody's doxing here. We don't do that crap. Although there may be an accidental address flash every once in a while if somebody doesn't cover their packages well enough when they're going live. I've almost done it a couple times where I was like, "Ooh, almost." But
I don't mind anybody knowing what my PO box is. Send me something free, damn it.
Well, there you go.
Right.
Yeah, the PO box is all right. So
I'll gladly give out my address if people want to send me like Origin bucks or Mythic Legion bucks.
hey, they got gift cards. It's
Yeah,
one
there we
thing
go.
that is, it's 100% available at all times on the store. Horseman is Mythic Legion's gift cards. They make great gifts because who doesn't want Mythic Legions? Everybody I know who's ever had one in hand will tell you they are some of the best toys on the market right now and more reasonably priced than most.
I still have that crow's head I got from I can't think of his name now. Someone from the Mythic group sent me some like weapons and a crow head I was gonna paint.
Oh, okay. From within the Cabal. And that's the other great thing about that.
Yeah, it was on the Legions class.
Okay.
Long hair, beard.
Jesse?
Jesse, yeah. Okay,
Just
there we
Shelby.
go.
Yeah.
Just shelve it. There we go. I don't know why I blanked so hard.
Shooting the
all
shelf
the
on
food. Yep.
Sundays, gets the Mythic Minute Thursday nights right before
You sent me like I think it was like a mace, a couple spears, I think like 1 or 2 spearheads, and then this like 3D printed or like resin printed crow head that I was going to use for if I had gotten the headless horseman. There was another figure I was going to get that was just like hawk, and I was going to swap the heads and paint like a black crow to put on him.
Well, there you go. There's still time. There's still time.
There, yep.
So, but yeah, I was saying, like, with them doing their blog, and Bill, as you have a blog, Toy Habits had just posted one of their more recent reviews. We get so used to going to YouTube now to watch reviews, right? But do you ever just miss sitting down and reading a review? So I like to see the return of actual blogs happening. Sitting down, actually reading a review. And one of the other coolest things ever is too with that is stuff like Toy Collector from our good friend Blake Wright, and that's without the O. But seeing more printed magazines, actually being able to go to a store and pick up a toy magazine for the first time in over a decade. Like, how great is that, right? And if you guys are not subscribed to, if you guys, wow, Bill suddenly grew hair.
Hmm.
What the?
Just magically grew hair overnight. I wish that would happen for me.
He
But
watered
yeah,
his chia pet.
Yeah, I freaked out a lot of people in my family today. They hadn't seen me with the bald head yet.
right. Well, I still haven't shaved because the no shave November thing. So I have not shaved in just about a month now, and I can't
Got a
wait.
nice little cul-de-sac going.
Oh
Man,
yeah,
it's getting
yeah,
cold, man. You gotta have a little fuzz on your face to keep warm, man.
always. Well, the beard's here permanently, but the top of my head I shave pretty regular, and then I haven't for the month of
Advantage.
November yet. No, that's actually not Matchbox, right? But that's Hot Wheels
Micro Machines.
Micro
Micro
Machine.
Machine, which is even
$4.
smaller
Okay.
scale.
Okay.
$4 at Ross.
Nice that they included the trailer. They generally don't these days.
Right. So Terrence is mentioning here that he just went on to BBTS and pre-ordered any Mythic Cosmic stuff that they had. Painful financially. Wish I'd pre-ordered on Store Horseman. Well, moving forward, you can always try to go grab it from, again, doing it through the Store Horseman when it comes available. But where else is another great place to do it? And I'm going to plug them again. Helidope Toys. Helidope Toys is definitely going to be where over the next year, like that Rising Suns wave that we're all talking about earlier and that we've been looking at right now. Pre-ordering one a month. Just going to go through one a month, set the money aside, pay my minimum down, and I'm getting them from Helidope Toys.
That's
Speaking
my
of
plan. I'm going to actually
Toys.
pay them off 1 month at a time, right? Just buy the figure,
Yeah.
let it sit there until it comes out.
Speaking of Helidope Toys, I want to shout them out for carrying the super action stuff. If you do stuff with your 1/4 scale action figures and dioramas and stuff like that, super action stuff is a must have accessory, and they're carrying that. I've got my pre order in for it right now.
So, Bill, have you ever gone to Super Action Stuff's actual website?
I have.
Yeah. Because they have all sorts of stuff that they don't put into those little kits, too. That's pretty awesome to order. You can order
Yes, but I like support Aaron and Ted over there.
For sure.
What they're doing. But I just wanted to shout them out on that and the super action stuff that they're carrying. The new sets are coming out here soon. And if you don't mind, Oz, I was going to show everybody something that I do plan on actually putting on my blog so that people can download it. If you're a collector of the Power Stars and the Long Box Heroes, you may be missing something that your superpowers have with those, and that are file cards. The little bio cards that came on the back. Well, this is something that I'm working on right now. Is bio card in superpower style for the Power Stars and the Long Box Heroes, and this is a prototype. Basically, you're seeing the front and the back of the Flash Gordon card that I'm working on.
Hey, Bill, who's making those long box heroes?
Toy Otter.
Yeah, Toy Otter's doing
Toy
that.
Otter? And where do you?
He's involved with a company called Fresh Monkey Fiction, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that's what they. I thought they were the same type of figure as
But
the
Toy Otter.
Fresh Monkey Fiction
Toy
guys.
Otter is the guy that did the blog that broke all the news on the superpowers way back in the day on what was in the lines, some of the production artwork, the prototypes and stuff like that. He's been around for a long, long time, and he knows his stuff when it comes to superpowers and how to make figures look like they're supposed to. Todd McFarlane should have hired this cat instead of whoever he's got that's making the figures right now.
He has been actually showing his designs of a lot of the figures that McFarlane has been putting out, and they just look better.
They do.
Adjusting scales properly and everything else. And that's the
stance, the leg stance, how they should look, the aesthetic of it, everything that this guy does is spot on, and McFarlane, he's missing out by not hiring this guy and
Right.
paying him some big bucks because he could print money with the superpowers if he hired this guy.
Well, honestly, I hope he doesn't because I'd prefer him to keep making the stuff like the long box heroes.
Yeah, I know that's
Uh,
right. Yeah, I got my Rocketeer over here right now, and I've
Yeah,
got
those Rocketeer
Rocketeer, Dark
figures.
Rocket. So many good toys from comic books that just don't have toy lines.
Hey, Bill, can you show your Rocketeer real quick? Can you bring them up?
Yeah, bring him
sure,
up.
I'd be more than happy to. Let me find the box that he's in, which should be within reach.
Now, do the long box heroes come in the collector friendly packaging like the other, like the Eagle Force from Fresh Monkey Fiction does?
Well, they're not in collector friendly packaging because they're on bubble packs that have to be taken loose. What did I do with mine? Oh, let me find them. Hold on.
Sorry, Bill.
I got the moving stuff around. I'll let y'all know when I find it. Just hang on a second.
Okay.
Sure, Bill. But yeah, that's one of the great things. Like, I love that those long box heroes, they're coming out with toys that you don't see from
So on
anybody
Margot's
else.
show tonight, we were talking about how like Fresh Monkey Fiction's Eagle Force line, right, has expanded into having like homages to Mario and Luigi and the
I
Centurion.
literally just pulled up that figure now, and yeah, he looks amazing.
All these other like old 80s lines and stuff, you know, that Eagle Force about Fresh
The
Monkey
only downside of the figure, he doesn't come with like a wrench or like a bag of like plumbing tools. That would be cool.
Which one did you find out?
I found the Mario homage
Eagle
figure.
Force Mario and Luigi figures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd just be cool if he had like some like plumbing tools he could hold in his hand.
Right.
Well, they are homages. They probably didn't want to go too far
Yeah, I
with
know.
that. Get sued by Nintendo because
Yeah,
You
they'll
do
sue you
gotta
for anything.
play. You gotta play it safe.
Yeah, Nintendo's a big company that likes to send out those lawyers.
Yup.
They definitely do.
I'm
So
I float around in a lot of the like Legend of Zelda groups, and anything they post video of gameplay, a 5-second trailer, it's like they're getting copyright
Nintendo
struck
gives a
and
big
sent
yank.
cease and desist, and it's like, and some of these people are like official Nintendo ambassadors and stuff.
Ambassadors. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, are you crazy?
And Travis, Mr. Wonderful, is here with us this evening. What is going on, Travis? Happy Frenzgiving. And I've popped it up here a couple of times, but I wanted to give the big shout out to Aaron here. Also, 25% off sale is now live. Not only is the 25% off sale now live, but speaking of Black Knight, so is he.
Hey!
That was a party. It's
Happy belated Thanksgiving.
Yeah, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
I agree, sir. It is a pleasure to have you join us this evening. It's been a minute since you've been on the channel. How are you feeling?
Well, it's not 3 o'clock in the morning, so obviously good. No, I had to stay up because I had to like activate the sale to go live at midnight. I'm like, well, you're live and I'm still awake, and why the hell not?
Might as well come on and join, right?
Exactly.
You give us live updates as people are shopping. If you guys aren't already shopping on Hello Dope Toys right now,
oh, don't worry, I got my phone live. We got the analytics running. It's all
that's
green
what I'm
lights.
talking about. All business.
All business, no pleasure.
Hold on a sec here. Speaking of some sweet toys, we have got the Rocketeer Long Box Hero.
So 5 POA, Bill?
A little bit more than that because you get the knees,
1, 2,
the hips.
3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points of articulation, and the head is on a ball joint. The bendable knees and the head is actually on a ball joint.
Yeah, he did them, and you see his little logo right down there at the bottom corner of the box, Toy Otter. But we've brought him up on Toy Frenzy before too. You got to check out everything that he's doing. He's on IG at Toy Otter I love everything he's doing, and he started getting these to come out right around the same time McFarlane's relaunched Superpowers. But you see, like the vintage stylized card looks like Superpowers, and their articulation is right on point. But the sculpts, in my mind, actually are better. I think they're better. Oh, hold on a sec. Bill's showing that cross sell on the back of the card. This is what I'm talking about when I say you get a lot of heroes for stuff that you're just not seeing. Like they've even done the Tick and Arthur. Like
Tick.
you know,
Spoon.
Dude,
there it is.
Ted had a one of the 12-inch Tick that came out that like it talked when you push the button. He loved that thing
That's gorgeous.
forever. I think he still
Tick
has
was
it.
great. Tick was just great. You see,
Yeah.
they got all the different troopers
They
down
got
there at the bottom.
Madman.
Yeah, Madman.
Tick.
Grendel. You know, you
Grendel,
remember him
man.
with his spear? Oh man.
Who's
I'm
that?
not sure if it
Hold
was,
on. Loop back in on that, Oz.
Aren't they releasing
That's
that
not
in
me.
a 6-inch? That Grendel?
I think that's somebody else who's doing that. Or
I mean, not specifically this card you're looking at, but like I saw
Right.
something on Instagram saying that Grendel was being done.
I wouldn't doubt it.
yes, somebody else just put it out like this past week that another Grendel figure is being done, which again is funny because I honestly had not thought about his comics up until I saw that Toyota was doing them for Longbox here like a year ago. I was like, wait a minute. That is awesome. I remember coming across his comics from buying Wizard, that beautiful, beautiful magazine that we all used to go to find out our
Oh,
entire
love it.
comic book collection was only worth $5. But, you know, I found out about Grendel comics from that and started picking them up on the regular because they were cool. And the Goon. The Goon is just
Now,
incredible.
one thing that you might notice, the Longbox Heroes also come with a figure stand.
There we go, folks. Nice figure stand. Make sure that they won't tip over. But they've got that better, wider stance, too, that kind of helps support them as opposed to the narrow stance that you see on a lot of figures. But that's not a bad figure stand either. It's kind of nice, small, doesn't take away from the overall look of the figure.
Oh, so Toyota's the one
And
that
it's
did
also
those cereal box dudes.
He has
they
designed,
yeah, the Count Chocula and Frankenberry and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the same guys doing that.
Well, Jada Toys is the one that's putting those actual figures out, but Toy Otter did concepts throughout
Right.
October.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those ones we talked about a
of-
couple before Halloween, Oz.
Yeah, that's what,
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lawrence just picked up
and,
Blueberry from Jada Toy this past week.
Yeah.
And here's the Majestic Tiger, so I figured I'd bring him out too.
Oh, you're gonna show the Majestic Tiger his chocolate starfish?
Ooh.
And if you really want to see this, he does have the little.
There it is. Just like a cat.
I made
always
that
putting an asshole
just for
in your
Bjorn
face.
Jorgensen. That's an inside joke from way back, but if you're wondering, Aaron, I see the look on your face. What the hell is that all about? Go look up Lego Majestic
looking
Tiger, and you will see.
I got my phone blowing up right now.
I'm sure you do at the moment because everything just went live.
Lego Majestic Tiger.
I'll definitely check
Yes.
that out.
For those of you who do not know or aren't in the know, Bjorn gave me a bit of baptism by fire. Actually, I think I was on one of your live streams, Bill, when Bjorn was showing that off. Ooh, I was not prepared for what the lengths that Lego was willing to go to make their tigers more anatomically correct. Like, why? Why is it?
Yeah, it's surprising the lengths that Lego will go to make a child's toy anatomically correct.
Nobody else out there is worried about putting that that on their toy, but Lego was like, you know what would look really good here? A little pink brick. Like, what? Why?
Everyone loves pink bricks, man. Like that's what's missing in all toy lines. Pink bricks.
Flower. It's a pink flower.
It's a pink flower brick
Flower
right below
brick.
the tail.
A pink, yeah, it's a pink Lego flower, and we put it in the tiger's butthole so that it looks like the tiger has a butt.
Like, I'm glad I wasn't drinking something. I'm pretty sure I would have spit all over my screen again.
Right? I almost did the first time I saw it.
I still have from the original spit take we did on our show. It's still remnants on my desk and on my second monitor. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta clean this.
It gets everywhere.
It does.
Everywhere.
It's horrible.
And just when you think you've got it all cleaned up, you're still wondering why it smells like old coffee somewhere on your desk. Because you know you missed a spot.
Oh yeah.
For me, anyway, it's coffee.
I mean, mine's beer, but you know how I do it.
That's almost an even worse smell to have to deal with than old coffee.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Going back to the Rocketeer figure for a minute, I do want to point out something to folks. Most folks, when they think of the Rocketeer, they're always thinking about the Disney movie, right? And the aesthetic of the rocket pack from that.
Yeah.
Right.
Not on this one. This is the rocket pack from the graphic novels. So, you know, and they're featured on the card art on the back. So this is the comic Rocketeer, not the Disney Rocketeer.
Right. So it's pretty much just the butane pack on the back of, strapped to his back with a little lighter igniter underneath, basically. Is almost what you're looking at.
Luckily, McFarlane, who doesn't include guns with any of his DC characters, is not doing this. So he does have his pistols. So,
right.
Well, that's decided by DC, not actually Warner Brothers. Actually, not McFarlane.
True enough,
which doesn't make any sense for somebody like the Peacemaker who has a holster on his side and nothing to put in it.
Yeah, got to go third party to fill those. You got an assassination character. That Peacemaker 3 pack, by the way, is amazing. But you've got Vigilante with no guns or anything either, and that's just kind of weird.
You got to give McFarlane credit though for creating those weapons packs.
Yeah, I actually got it set.
Joker and all that's Harley Quinn's gun. And he's just calling them accessory packs for Spawn, but they're really.
I always hated that. Like he came up with the with his because it was part of the Mortal Kombat set, the Commando Spawn. And he didn't have any guns. He just had like these two like green flame effects that you could hold them like guns.
Well, and that's one of the funny things too, is that Warner Brothers will do that whole they will do that whole Mortal Kombat game because that's Warner Brothers too, and they like when they do that. You've got the harpoons and everything else. You've got parts for fatalities and all. And they're all like, yeah, we're doing this. And then it's just like, but no guns.
But no gun, yeah. Speaking of, I just saw on Amazon, they got the MK2 arcade up for $142.
Oh, yeah, sword, slicing people in half's okay, but you can't shoot anybody.
Yeah. Look at the Terminator here. He can't have his pistol, but he can have this wicked sword in his hand.
Right.
Yeah, you got a guy named Deadshot, and he can't come with a damn gun.
Right.
His gun's built in on his wrist, right?
Yeah. That's what it is. They're built in.
They're like the GoBots. He shoots lasers out of his hands.
Is now that we've gone in simulcast mode, we're getting a couple of other people coming in. We've got Fat Red Foo, Adam Yancey, and we have Cox Create, joining us here as well. Good to see everybody. Thank you for jumping on for this special Frenzgiving episode. Appreciate you all being here.
So, hey, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
How you been liking Luke's blog?
Honestly, I didn't I didn't realize he had uploaded like 2 more. So I read the first one. I'm like, oh, this is great. And then like, I go through all the analytics and I'm like, what is this? And then I realized that he had like put up like 2 more. No, I love it. I mean, and it's something that we needed. Like I said, when we talked the other day, it is the one thing that's been missing for quite some time. Someone that can just do some quality writing.
Yeah, well, he's enjoying himself, so I thank you guys for giving him the opportunity.
Oh yeah, I mean, we like to give back to those who give to us. He still needs to sign my book, by the way. I'm gonna send that to you so you can sign it.
Right?
Yeah, I'll give you my address. You can send it to me.
I have your address.
Oh yeah, you have my address.
You got to know he's got pretty much all of our addresses, right?
Exactly.
If he doesn't have your address yet, why aren't you shopping at Hello Dope Toys?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. 25% off, baby. Let's go.
I have Aaron's address too, so I can easily just stop by with a 12-pack some point in time.
Oh yeah. We sit on the front porch and just chill.
You should. That's the way to do it. Nothing like
I'm
summer
actually
porch
looking
sitting.
at moving to Columbus in end of January, February timeframe. If everything works
No
out right.
kidding.
No shit.
Heading out of New York. Okay.
Dude, that's breaking news right there.
That is breaking news. Wow.
Yep.
Hell yeah. You love the city so much you had to come back.
Well, I just want to go there so I can give Lawrence a reason to complain. And,
So, dude, I had no idea that Lawrence was premiering a video. I was scrolling through YouTube because I'm like, well, I need to kill some time. I'm like, oh, Lawrence is on. Let me see what he's doing. And like, why is he not reading any of the messages that I'm sending? He's just typing them. I'm like, oh, this dude's premiering a video that he pre-recorded. Ain't that some shit?
I'm a
he's
moderator for
premiering.
him too, and I forgot all about the damn live. I was on with Largo from 7 o'clock till 10:30, and then I hopped on here with Oz about 5 minutes later.
Yep.
That's crazy. So
I
yeah,
had a question, Aaron.
Yes, sir. Ask away.
Just out of curiosity, do you have any ship date on those Super Action stuff, arcades and?
Yes, I was just informed. I was actually speaking to my rep. He is saying end of July, end of January, or very early February.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Thanks, man.
So buy them all because there's a bunch of them coming to my house.
Yeah, and the
Try to buy as
box
much as
actually
you
has.
I think I've got one of each set ordered, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong. I may have
I was
only
gonna
got
say,
one.
gotta get
You gotta up that.
I gotta get some stickers.
Yeah.
Because I need to start stickering up some arcades.
Nostalgia Unbox is selling decal kits to make those different arcade games. He's
Yep.
actually made
Who
a.
is? Who is?
It's Nostalgia Unboxed.
Unboxed.
It's a YouTube channel,
Okay,
but he's got
somebody throw the link to that up. One of you wrenches out there, throw the link to that up somewhere so we can.
he's making.
all go to
He
that.
actually has a steering wheel column or setup for one of them.
Yeah. So you can turn it into like classic arcade racers.
Yeah.
Pole position.
Outrun.
Yes.
Used to love getting an outrun with that convertible Porsche. You got the blonde haired chick riding the shotgun with you. Great soundtrack.
I had the download of that on my Xbox 360 back when they were launching like the arcade, like the Xbox Live arcade, basically, like you could download random games and stuff. And yeah, I downloaded that and a couple other ones because that was a big one for me. Simpsons arcade.
Yeah.
You know.
Like Allison said here in the chat too, Jonathan at Nostalgia Unbox has made all sorts of cool stuff for Turtles. He's got VCR tapes and all sorts of things that are in scale with Turtles and action figures and stuff. So,
and he also does a YouTube channel, folks. So
he's
go
hilarious.
ahead.
He's got a great channel.
Yeah, I just put up his IG in the chat, but it's at Nostalgia Unboxed. And if we go here to the YouTubies, grab that link as well. But we've got to plug all of our fellow Toy Tuber brothers. Because that's just how we do.
Gotta spread the love, man.
Well, we're a small and growing community, and we keep getting larger. And we gotta share everybody's stuff, let everybody know who's out there, who's doing what. And even if you don't like certain ones, you're gonna find somebody out there that you enjoy, and then you're gonna find like 5 or 6 more channels that you're gonna enjoy.
Yeah, you ain't lying there.
It seemed like a year ago there were definitely like so much fewer of us, but you know what the best part is though? I've met so many friends, and I like to think that, we all would have been playing at the playground together when we were kids. And now we have our playground. It's just digital, and it's called YouTube.
Speaking of friends, Aaron, you and Ted need to figure out how to get to Joe Fest next year.
So, I mean,
even if you don't have a booth, you guys just go, right?
It's probably honestly not going to be next year. It may potentially be the year following. Realistically, we should try to hit up Toy Fair this year or next year, just to kind of get our hands into some other baskets.
There you go.
But I mean, if Joe Fest happens, it happens. I mean, it's a business expense, I can write that shit off.
Yeah.
That's how it should be.
Even if you guys don't have a booth, right? You guys could just roll down and.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't set up a booth at Joe Fest, man. That's just. There's no way I'm looking at all this crap from Ohio to Atlanta.
U-Haul,
Augusta, or wherever it's at.
I think that one's in Augusta. The other one's in Atlanta.
Are you guys going to make a tour down to Maryland for Maryland Toy Expo? Just saying, all the cool kids are doing it now. Apparently,
apparently, we got to add that to the list. I don't. Right now, I think the plan for 2024, especially with no PowerCon next year, is we're going to hit a lot of the more local-ish shows. Like we got 2 here in Columbus, or actually 3 here in Columbus. And then there's a couple that are on the outskirts of Ohio. I think we're looking at one over in Indiana. So
nice.
Just trying to get the name out there, get the brand awareness going, and then if by some random chance an opportunity opens for a Maryland, a Joe Fest, or whatever, we may have to take a look at that.
I hope so. Well, if you're going down to the Indiana area, my sister will be happy because she will definitely come out and try and meet you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Wanted to bring this up. Bill's sharing screen here so we can see the arcade.
I'm telling you, man, if you have an Ollie's and they have those
$1.99
arcades, they're awesome.
Paynes, he picked up a couple of them and he sent me his extra arcade cabinets. That's how I got a few, and I'm planning on getting some more. Not that I have too much need for too much more than what I have, but they're just cool.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just great to have in general. Like you could have your Street Fighters playing Street Fighter. Yeah.
Right?
Who was that guy that we saw that one night, Oz, that made that arcade? Remember that arcade dial that had the lights and he made the carpeting and all that? What the hell was that guy's name?
Oh, yeah.
Keith Knight or something like that? What the hell was his name?
I wish I could remember it now, but yeah, we pulled him up because like he used the kids from Stranger Things, right? Like he used some of the Stranger Things kids toys, and he had like a Hopper from season 3 with the Hawaiian shirt, kind of like walking around like he was there. And he just made like you had been to this arcade in your youth at some point in time. You could smell the stale pizza, and the floor was a little sticky from all the spilt soda. It's just like
those were the
you
days, man.
Felt that. You felt it. Just more shots. Like, this is what I like seeing here. We got an X-Wing pilot in that old Star Wars arcade game doing the Death Star trench run, which was like such a grid game.
That is awesome. This just tells me like the extent of like, what you can do.
Right?
It's been a long time since I've done stuff like this, but I still have most of this stuff. There's some of it's on display back there. You can't see it behind me because all the junk's in the way. But uh, yeah, I used to have a lot of fun doing this kind of stuff. There you go. If you want to look at all of the stuff I've got, Ostradamus has opened up the link to my DeviantArt page over there where the gallery for the paper arcade is located. Also, if you look on my DeviantArt page, you can see a lot of the stuff that I've done in the past is up there to look at.
There you go, folks. Definitely check it out. Weird, fantastic toys on DeviantArt. That almost
Autumn Night
feels
was
like a
that guy's
lost
name.
website.
Oz. Autumn Night.
Autumn Night. Thank you.
Autumn_night.
Thank you. Because yeah, that was just really cool. And seeing those different arcades, like you said, you know, we all remember that feel. We all went to that arcade at some point in time in our lives. Like we were there, man. And it was a wild, magical time to all of us.
Yeah, slushies and
Lots of
soft
quarters.
pretzels,
Lots
man.
of quarters.
Right? You know, walked up to the front, put your quarters on the machine. I got next.
Right.
Well,
only
speaking
an
of,
adult that transition to the pool table when you're at the bar.
Right,
Yeah.
right. You
Yeah.
put your cash down
Same
on the
feeling,
table.
different game. Yeah. But I'm gonna. Speaking of wild and wonderful times, I'm gonna get back to the old kiddos here. I got the little sleepover going on. So I appreciate
Yeah,
you guys
man.
letting me jump in for a little while, and happy Friendsgiving to all of you.
Thank you,
Happy
Kenny.
Friendsgiving, Kenny. Thank you for being here, brother. It was good to
all right,
see you.
guys. We'll see you on Saturday for sure. Huh?
Oh, yeah. You know, we'll be going live.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
You too.
See ya. So I'm actually going to pop off camera here for a little bit, and I'll probably rejoin using the phone cam because I got to go to that special place that I do all my thinking at outside with a little bit of nicotine and a little bit of coffee. So I will be back in just a moment, folks, but talk amongst yourself. Bud's in charge.
Oh, I'm out of here.
Yep. But you're in trouble now, buddy.
Bud.
Good. Wise. But anyway, I mean, yo, I just hopped in. So how was your guys' Thanksgiving? Like, what was the spread? Why didn't y'all send me no food?
Man, I ate too much damn shit.
I had a bowl of chili that I made from a can, Aaron, because my wife is working this afternoon and tonight, and I don't have Thanksgiving till Saturday, so I'm kind of by myself. So, with nothing better to do, I decided to make a video about Hogan's Lies. You can watch that on my channel when you get a chance. I think you'd enjoy that.
Definitely will.
And then I've just kind of been hanging out on YouTube, doing my thing. I was cutting a video earlier today, but my buddy Johnny Sorensen, he sent me a little something that got me working on that Hogan video. So I ended up doing that, and I had to cut it and put it up. So I did that. So tomorrow, I once again will be cutting videos, trying to get some stuff together so that I don't have to worry about trying to do it in the afternoons after work, because I don't feel like it when I come home from work, to be honest.
That's what I've been working on. We've been trying to work on some other forms of videos just to kind of get the algorithm back on our side. Obviously, nothing has been posted because we haven't done anything yet. But we've lightened some loads on our side that will give us the opportunity to get more creative. So hopefully, we'll get some things posting soon.
Honor You 83.
So I may have.
One had a good turkey day. I hope you did too, Honor You 83.
I may have had my mic muted there when I had to freak out, but someone was doing the Budweiser thing, and childhood trauma hit so fast. That was like the one of two things people would always say. I was just like, oh.
I mean, your name just kind of just lines it all up for it, though.
Yeah, it does.
Somebody had just posted on Instagram earlier today the old "What's Up" commercials.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Drinking a beer,
No.
watching the game. What are you doing? Drinking a beer,
True.
watching the game.
Then you had to go to like the old scary movie like rendition of that.
Yeah.
My brother wants to know, but what was your spread like? Like he said, it looks like you had some good mac and cheese.
Sadly, did not have mac and cheese, but I don't know if you guys have ever had scalped corn.
No.
So it's like a mix of whole kernel corn, cream style corn. Then you mix in egg. There's like onions and I think like crushed up crackers, and it makes kind of like almost like a corn custard of sort that's hot.
Interesting.
It's really good.
Now, what do you call that? I've never had that before.
Scalped corn.
Huh.
It's a savory corn pudding.
And yeah, that's like my number one must-have dish for every year. But yeah, sadly, there was no mac and cheese, which would have been great.
All right. I mean, I'm always a good fan of some baked mac and cheese. You know, get that real thick, gooey cheese in there. Like, just thinking about it right now, I kind of want some.
If you're going to have mac and cheese, you got to have the homemade mac and cheese with that browned layer on top.
Oh God,
just,
yeah.
You know, just crispy a little bit.
Not
overcooked, just crispy a little bit.
If you ain't got that crispy top layer of cheese on that mac and cheese, is it really mac and cheese?
That's right.
No.
It's just a pan of noodles and something.
Noodles and disappointment.
Noodles and disappointment. Later bathroom trips that you're gonna have to do.
Right.
But I'm watching the game.
So,
although when making a baked mac and cheese, I'm never opposed to having a little bit of that blocked Velveeta mixed in with real cheese.
Oh yeah,
because it just adds this extra creaminess. Even though it's fake, it makes you think of like a childhood.
my mom can't.
I'm never opposed to it.
That was a staple at every dinner was macaroni and cheese because it was easy to make. And,
Mm-hmm.
Dude, if you
hate macaroni and cheese out of a box, I won't even touch it.
I mean, look. I'm
I'll
just saying.
eat it.
You take some mac and cheese, you throw some hot dogs in there. That is like the everyday meal on the cheap when you had no money.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I grew up eating the friggin' SpaghettiOs with the hot dogs cut up and thrown in there.
Even better.
Oh.
I
was always a weird
SpaghettiOs
kid.
and hot dogs. I don't touch mac and cheese anymore.
Whenever we would have like the chef Boyardee, I would always eat mine cold. I never liked it really heated up.
I like SpaghettiOs cold.
Yeah.
That sauce actually tastes better cold, I think. Than
Yes. It does. And also the sauce doesn't like if you get like raviolis, you get that like congealed grease, and that's kind of meh. But like SpaghettiOs, it was always just so smooth.
Yep.
Allison,
Because it was basically like Campbell's tomato soup almost mixed with like other stuff and
It looks like Allison's got a nice little idea. There's a turducken loaf, chicken breast, duck breast, turkey breast, all pounded out, turned into a roll and roasted, stuffed with bacon and mashed potatoes, cheese grits, biscuits, no baked pumpkin cheesecake. That just sounds delicious.
Well, goddamn, that's amazing.
My stepdad today he did a smoked turkey breast on the grill wrapped in bacon.
Oh yeah.
I haven't had any yet. It's in the fridge, but like I cannot wait.
Yeah, I used to take those chicken breasts and I just wrap bacon around them and then stick them on the grill and just cook them that way. So the bacon crisp and sticks right to the chicken. Good stuff.
Allison, go ahead and send someone over this way. I need a sample.
Yeah, I'm down for some of that. I like turducken anyway. And that just sounds amazing. Turducken loaf.
These people tonight, they don't want to test our shipping, man. It's hurtful. It hurts my feelings. Buy something. It'll go out tomorrow, I promise. Sir T Baggins, the hella dope food stream. Yes. This is a very impromptu jump in. It's Black Friday. Obviously, I gotta promote the Black Friday. We got things
Yep.
happening on the site, right? Meow.
That's right.
25%
Black Knight
off.
promotes Black Friday. See that? That's a good tagline right there. Aaron. You messed up.
Exactly. You know, that's what Luke's for. I'm like it's like bowling. I set him up, he knocks him down. All right. Ooh. Someone didn't get the memo. Shame. Adam's like, if Allison's not married, hello. That's an awful.
I'll just say she will eat you alive.
Yeah.
Don't he might be into that.
I mean, I ain't gonna shame anyone's kink there.
All right. Well, anyway, is there anything that you guys were looking for?
Let's rewind a minute, Aaron.
Yeah,
Are you drinking the hard Mountain Dew?
I am. Yeah, I got to the store late yesterday for work, so for some reason
sold out.
I think I bought them all.
I drank them all.
Like no joke, I went to like 4 gas stations. None of them had it at all. I mean, they had like the original Steel Reserve, which is fine. I'll drink that if I have no choice. But I'm like, man, like y'all told me y'all out of the strawberry, you're out of the blackberry. They're like, yeah, we've been out. We bought it all. I'm like, God damn it. I went to Sheets. They had the hard Mountain Dew. So I was like, well, I'll just get that.
I didn't know hard Mountain Dew was a thing.
I didn't either until I randomly walked into the store and I was like, oh, what's that? Like, I need to try it. They have it in the original Mountain Dew. They have Baja Blast. They have watermelon. And I think there's one more flavor.
I mean, I don't drink, so I don't actively look for that kind of stuff. I still hear of it.
My daughter, because she's a huge Mountain Dew fan, but we don't have there's no hard Mountain Dew around here anywhere.
Oh, it's all right. The original's good. The Baja Blast is good. I think it's black cherry or wild cherry. I don't know. Whatever that other flavor is, it's not bad. The watermelon just doesn't hit for me. It's horrible, but I'll drink it if it's there.
The zero sugar watermelon's actually pretty good.
Yeah, see,
I don't know about mixed with any kind of booze if it alter the taste.
No, I need sugar, man. If I'm gonna drink it, dude, I need it all. I don't want no substitutes.
Recently, I did have a full sugar Mountain Dew, and it was a struggle to drink it, but it was also so good. It's like almost thicker.
Mm-hmm.
The sugar makes it thicker. That was oily, thick, and delicious.
Exactly. That's exactly how it should be.
Those of us that drink it all the time, but don't even notice that.
Yeah, and another big one for me is zero sugar Dr. Pepper, and I had normal sugar Dr. Pepper, and it punched me in the mouth. That was just so sweet, so sugary, but so good.
Sir Teabaggins, I've got to go to the store this weekend, get some eggnog and some rum. I mean, it's that time of the year now. You are officially allowed to have these things in your house.
That's right.
The couple times I do rarely drink, I love rum chata and root beer.
Rum chata, okay.
It's kind of like a cinnamon toast crunch drink.
Yeah, with a story to tell later.
Yeah. Like a fizzy cereal milk.
Yeah.
From Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Exactly.
Not sponsored or branded.
Should be though. I'm still
Right?
trying to get that sponsorship from Steel Reserve. I'm sure it's coming. Were you saying something else, Ed? Before we got into this random tangent about?
If I don't remember because I'm still tryptophan full. So
yeah, I haven't had any second round of turkey, but I've been eating on and off this really nice broccoli slaw. It's kind of like a coleslaw, but it's got broccoli, chopped up bacon, some like craisins in it. Really good.
I'm seriously disappointed. I went over to my mom's house today for Thanksgiving dinner, and she had this huge turkey because she was expecting like 6 other people, and they didn't show up because they all ended up being
But
sick.
see, when they don't show up, that means more you get to take
Well, yeah,
home.
she had me this big tub of turkey that she made for me, and she forgot to pack it in my fucking leftover bag, and I ain't driving my ass back over there for her.
Our fridge was like already full. Now it's like a Tetris stacked.
You know,
Like you have to move 20 things out to get the one thing you want.
I mean, like,
and then place it
dinner,
perfectly.
I make like a huge ham Christmas dinner, and I cook like a ham twice as big as I need just so I can have leftover ham.
Mm-hmm. Now, how do you do your ham?
Many different ways. Sometimes I cook it in a crock pot with orange juice or ginger ale. Sometimes I just make it in a roaster pan.
Ever since, like, we do ours where we do some like a 7-Up in it, and then have the like pineapple rings attached to it.
Yeah, that's
ever
what I do
since
with the
then,
ginger ale.
I cannot do the salty ham.
Yeah, ginger ale.
Like the ham, it's still like a little salty, you know, and it's also not like
got
sweet.
salt in it naturally, so.
But like, you know, you have just a normal baked ham after eating that for years, and your feet explode.
Oh, I love me some salty ham, man. But that's just me.
Yeah, I like the salt. But yeah, I do.
I like salty ham with like sliced ham.
If you do it with orange juice, it's really good too. You put a little orange juice with ginger ale in it, bud. You should try that. It's got the same
ginger ale will be really good because I am a sucker for it.
It's got that same feeling as the 7-Up does. It has that same flavor to it.
Interesting.
So I see we got back to the topic of food because, as you know,
yeah, no, we don't get away from food, my friend.
This isn't a toy talk channel. It's food,
right?
Get with the program.
Well, I was gonna say, you know, the word's getting around that Ostradamus Toys, the Clubhouse Hangout, is the #1 source of all food on YouTube. I don't care what those food critics got going on.
Yeah. Yeah, no one's saying light honey glaze with pineapple. That's good too. Yeah, I make a maple syrup glaze. I do a brown sugar glaze. I change it up every year. Depends on what I'm in the mood for.
I just drink some coffee and, you know, go live for 20 hours.
I gotta try I should try a coffee glaze on my ham. I bet you that'd be delicious.
Oh,
could be.
That might be pretty good. I like it.
I'm gonna have to try that.
When they do a coffee crusted steak.
Oh yeah.
Dude, we got an air fryer for our wedding gift.
Air fryers are the bomb.
I put some steak in there for the first time. It actually turned out pretty good. It actually tasted pretty good, to be honest with you.
I love air frying steaks. You know what else is really good, Aaron? Try an air fryer hot dog.
Really?
We actually just got an actual air fryer, and I've been messing with it. I love it.
I love the air fryer.
So
I cook
good.
Everything in the air fryer now. It's like.
That's what I hear. Everybody's doing the air
really
fryer.
good. It only takes like 12 minutes for like.
Yeah, it's so fast too. Like we had gotten a bunch of stuff. There was like some empanadas and mozzarella sticks and all that. I just took a bunch of it, dumped it into the little container, put it in there, 400 for like 12 minutes, and it was so good, so fast.
I got a question here because you guys are talking about how quick it takes for your steaks, and you're talking like 12 minutes for a steak. How long do you guys cook your steaks? Because I do like 2 minutes one side, 2 minutes the other side, and it's off. That's 4 minutes. 4 minutes is all it takes.
I eat my steak medium well. So in an air fryer, I put it on for like 14 minutes.
Yeah, I do mine medium, so it's about 10 to 12 minutes.
I
buy 6 steaks, though.
I prefer medium rare, but.
Hey, Oz, here's how you cook a steak. You throw it on the grill and you light a cigarette. When you finish that cigarette, you flip it, you light another cigarette. When you finish that cigarette, you take it up, take it in the house, you're ready to eat.
That's how I used to cook mine too, Bill. Exactly.
Which I do a steak in one cigarette.
Adam, the original source is Ostradamus Toys. I'm just co-streaming his stream on my stream. So.
That's right. Yep. I I allow for the simulcast and let people get the word out there, show it. You know, helps my channel to grow, helps the other channel to get some views and some watch hours. So, you know, that's how we do things. Try to get that simulcast going on across all channels as much as possible.
Yes, and Valiverse is running 25% off their entire website. So if you're missing some items from your collection, it is a good time to get in that.
I saw Valiverse did
And,
come out with the Jason David Frank white dragon
Which is the
figures,
Dragon White
Yeah.
Factor.
and I'm just like, I'm kind of iffy on the person, but like I also really like those figures, and I kind of want
then-
them because I know
well, then get it
Hasbro will
from-
never do them.
Then get it from your boys over at Hell Dope Toys.
There we
Those are some of
go.
the
Boom.
new
Problem
Aaron.
solved.
Look, like I'm your problem solver. If you, and that's the thing. We know that. I mean, Bobby Vala is Bobby Vala. He's gonna do his thing,
Yeah.
and he is who he is, and we love him for that. But at the same time, you know that he has a very small retailer approved group, which we're glad to be part of. So if you don't want to get it through him directly, but you want to still support, you know, the little guys like us, we have that.
Yeah. There we go.
And
Now those are like
I just want
6-inch
to shout out
scale, right?
Ozzy. I just want to shout out Ozzy for a minute, if you don't mind, guys. Anybody that's watching on my channel, I just fixed the description on this video so that it has a link to Ozzy's live stream here that I'm simulcasting. And also, Ozzy,
Appreciate
if you don't
that.
mind, I stole your thumbnail and put it up on mine as well.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Look at you, Bill. I ain't got time for all that.
Yeah.
Hey, you got sales coming in, man. You keep working. You
I'm
keep
trying,
working,
man.
brother.
I'm just too like lazy to set up the whole simulcast and whatnot.
No, that's
So-
just a
All it
button.
takes is to hit a button, dude.
That and
You
I
need to do a
I
thumbnail if you
I
don't
also
want to, 'cause
don't-
it'll just put a
don't know
thumbnail.
how to, so
go down to your settings, bud. It should be right there. Or actually, you might be able to do it from on the screen. If you hit the 3 dots up in your corner, you might be able to do it from that.
Oh yeah, he's on the phone. I don't know how to do it from the phone.
yeah,
That's
I'm
true.
on my phone.
It's all
That and I'm not going to lie, I may be playing a video game while we stream here. I might be in a ranked Fortnite match. I know I'm young, but it's fun.
It's fine. It's
Hey,
fine.
you know, you can it no, because you're on your phone. I was gonna say if you want to share screen that.
Oh wait, actually I could flip around my camera. Hold on. I will totally do that. Hold on.
There we go.
Settings.
You know, you're getting it
Camera.
all here. You're getting toy talk, food talk, Bud's playing a game, so there's some video game streaming. You get it all on the Ostradamus
Exactly.
Toys.
Look at that. Oh yeah.
We accomplish everything. We got Aaron making sales in real time
Yeah,
right
real
now.
time.
It's a glorious, glorious day, folks. We're all part of Black Friday right now, and you don't even know.
Let me get the zoomed in version here.
I said I wasn't working retail, but yeah, here I am. I'm still plugging away.
There we go.
Guys got to
There
go
we go.
check
Now
out
we
and
got
get
some
all the-
Fortnite.
get all the sales. Look at this. This is a beautiful stream, folks. This is a
Doom
beautiful
guy with a Boba Fett's rocket pack on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought that was Boba Fett for a minute. That's even better.
I do have his skin, but I was feeling
what
a little Doom guy today. I was rocking Halo, but
Hey,
Epic
hey,
Badger,
no
how's
matter
it
which
going?
way.
Good to see you.
I was gonna say we got Epic Badger joining in. We have Highly in Dread hanging out with us now. The chat keeps growing. Like I said, I was gonna do a short stream.
right?
I should just
You were like hour and a
stop.
half. I was like, okay.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. Well, we've hit that 2 hour mark and we're still going. I got work in the morning, but I don't care. We're having fun right now. So I'm going to keep it going for a bit.
You're going to have an epic stream tonight, and then you're going to go to work without no sleep. It'll remind you of the days back when you were a young man and you went to work with a wristband still on your wrist and bloodshot eyes. Right
Yep.
before.
Yeah. But when
I've
you were a
done
young
that.
man, it was a lot easier to deal with that.
It was so much easier to just like roll home, go to the bathroom, and
Mhm.
roll to work right afterwards. I used to work 2 full-time jobs, hang out with my friends all night, go home, sleep for like 2 hours, and then do it all again the next day. I was
Hell yeah.
working as an assistant manager at Pizza Hut in the morning, unloading trucks by night. The rest of the night I spent until the wee hours of the morning hanging out with people at Denny's, and then roll right on home, put back on the first work shirt, and go right back to work again, pretty much.
That sounds
That was life.
Yeah. Brush your teeth, freshen up the deodorant.
I
you're
never,
good
I
to
never
go.
did. I never did the 2 hours. I never did the 2 hours because the 2 hours made me feel like shit. If I was going to do it, I just went ahead and did the 24 and then crashed afterwards. But the 2 hours,
Some days it was
man,
like
that
that.
was the worst.
Oh man, I would roll with like, again, like sometimes up to 72 hours with not sleeping. Everybody's like, when did you sleep last? And I was like, I don't know, what day is it? And they were like, it's this day. I was like, oh crap, I don't have to go to work today. I was about to go to work.
I learned in the Army real quick that 2-hour naps hurt, but 20-minute naps.
Yeah.
Cat naps.
Oh yeah.
The cat naps are always
Yeah, power nap.
appreciated.
If I don't nap for more than 4 hours, I feel like trash.
That's what I'm saying. 2-hour naps can
Yeah.
kill you, man. They hurt.
You
They're the
They give
worst.
you a
Get
headache.
right
Especially the
between
way I
rounds.
sleep. Because like I sleep for like 4 hours, and then I wake up for 4 hours, and then I'll sleep for 2 hours, and then try to stay awake. And because I stayed awake those 2 hours, within like 4 hours, I feel like trash, and I have to nap again.
I did the same thing.
Like,
Like I was
it's
talking about
horrible.
yesterday. I fell asleep at like 9 o'clock last night watching TV, then woke back up at midnight. Of course, I was wide awake after that till 4 o'clock this morning. I was like,
That's why I was saying it happened to me. I fell asleep so early Wednesday that I woke up at 4 a.m. and then went back to sleep for like an hour and a half. And then my work alarm went off because I forgot to turn it off. And then I was up all friggin' morning since. It was just like, whatever. I'm up
Hey.
now.
You want to bring up Sir Teabaggin's message there?
Where we got Sir T. Biggins?
No,
There it is.
one. No, the one, second one, the one that says.
Okay, that one just. There we go.
He's asking about our take on add-on packs, and are they something still needed in the hobby, or do they hurt? I mean, I'll tell you my pick. I mean, add-on packs are. I mean, you need them.
Right? I actually appreciate the companies that are doing it. I've been saying, like, right now, one thing that Origins has missed the wave on is they have yet to do, like, the original He-Man, you had that accessory pack, right?
Yeah.
So for all of us kids that
that's what I've
lost
been
that
waiting on.
accessories, right? We lost, Beastman's armor.
They've been slowly
or
adding them into
Power
like
Sword.
figures, which is annoying.
But,
Yeah,
it's like you got that full
we need
accessory pack.
accessory packs for Origins, and not only that, but McFarlane
We need the like scuba diving set, the
set up
mountain
a
climber.
quote unquote accessory pack for superpowers for all the superheroes that need guns to put those in there, and you don't have to call it superpowers, Tidy Mac. You know how to get around that crap,
Right?
well, like that's
I
the one thing. Like
appreciate
with
this, Adam.
Bellaverse, right? Bellaverse does really awesome weapons packs, but I wish they would do something like accessory or something like backpacks and helmets and hats.
Right.
Well, I mean, they
Extra
kind of.
gear,
I mean, they
extra
kind of
kit.
do that because they have the gear.
Well, they have the
packs.
gear packs, right? Bellaverse is the one that does the gear packs, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about like just like even for Hasbro, right? Just to do some kind of generic, like we used to get, right? All around.
They're not going to do it. They don't.
Oh, I know they won't do it. But.
You could write novels asking Hasbro to do this, and they're going to go, well, that doesn't make us money, so
Well,
we're
I
not
know
going to
that.
do it.
Well, the sad part is
I
they
like
got
the
most of
Bellaverse
the
do it too,
tooling
right?
done.
Generic
make
pack.
the money. How many of us would buy an accessory pack like that?
Oh, I mean,
I
anybody in the
would.
community would. In a
Yeah,
heartbeat.
the problem is
Guaranteed.
Hasbro would charge you
How
$29
cheap is it to make those molds? Good grief.
Well, they don't even need to make them. They've already made them for the figures that have already got them out in, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you're just taking existing weapons from figures that are already tooled, it doesn't cost you any extra money.
Makes sense,
But
doesn't it? But wait. That's the problem. It makes sense. Goddamn, we can't do anything that makes sense.
Exactly.
Right?
So,
by the way, Aaron, I just want to let you know, and I'll let everybody that's watching the stream from my channel know this. If you look in my description, there's a link to Hello Dope Toys. They're having a Black Friday sale. Please follow that link and go over to Hello Dope Toys for all your toy needs. They've got some great stuff over there.
Yeah, don't
Right?
tell Ted though, but it goes through Sunday. Ted doesn't know that yet.
Like freaking-
Did Ted take off next week so he could ship all that?
So he'll never know.
He better.
Right.
If like Origins would sell a like weapon pack of pistols, rifles,
Right.
some like maces, axes, swords,
Yeah,
a
just a
pike,
random like grace.
do one in silver, do one in brown, do one in green. And like Mattel Creations, you know, 15, 20 bucks or whatever, and like test the grounds, like try it out. They always say they like, you know, listen to us, but we sit here and
No.
say
They
this.
don't listen.
You misunderstood. They listen. They just don't care.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
successful, right, Aaron? I mean, the weapons packs for AWOC and the weapons pack for Valaverse have proven to sell, right?
Oh
Well,
yeah.
even on Legions too, like
Yeah,
because Legions has
Legions
weapons
too, right?
pack. Legions has a belts pack
Oh, yeah.
coming out because people like the different belts and
Yeah.
stuff. They got some new designs on those. Like,
I mean,
there
you
is
would think
lot
a
of
belt
good
pack
stuff.
wouldn't sell, but like, freaking totally would.
I just say like AWOC.
Listen. Have you ever noticed something? When you argue with stupid people, they always double down. So these
Right,
people at Hasbro and Mattel are stupid. And now you can show them how Valaverse is making all this money with these weapon packs, and these sons of bitches are going to do nothing but double down. Oh no, we can't do that because it doesn't make us any money.
Right.
Listen to what Aaron's been telling us, man. He's been telling us this right along. They hear you, but they're not listening to you. You sound to them. You sound like Charlie Brown's teacher. Wah, 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 wah.
Never argue
That's
with dumb
true.
people. They will beat you down to their level and then beat you with experience.
Yep.
So
Well, exactly. Well, the thing about arguing with stupid people is when you argue with someone stupid, no one else can tell who the stupid one is anymore.
That's right.
very true. Now, Graph. If anybody has ever wondered how this name is pronounced, that is how it's pronounced.
Ralph.
Like a Tony the Tiger saying great, but he just ends up talking about lunch. Graph.
And look at it. Look at his icon. That's an angry looking graph in that icon as well.
Jeffrey got pissed as shit. They closed down all of his stores in the U.S. That's what it is.
Now they're opening.
Now
one
they're
back
bringing
up.
them back, but they're
Bringing
just
them
not the
back
same.
slow.
It'll never
So-
be the same.
He's mentioning here that there's a pretty sweet He-Man 4-pack that's 2 for 1 on Mattel Creations. So, guys, you can get 8 figures for $150 as opposed to just 4.
So you can have two horrible ducky face He-Man
Hey,
for the price of
hey.
one.
You know what, though? You get 2 of those sweet cardboard TVs.
That is true. And you get 2 sets of chromed weapon handles that will chip in under a year.
Right, that's right. That vac metal just come right off that handpiece.
Like when I got the Thunder Punch He-Man, I like looked at the shield. I'm like, seriously, the handles even vac metal, that's gonna chip.
So
But I mean, at least if that chips, you won't really like notice it, you know.
this is another thing that we've been calling for, and Toy Frenzy has been very vocal, where we would just love to see Origins come out with a parts pack, not of weapons, not just of accessories, but pieces for the bodies, and then we could just kind of sculpt up our own, you know, just put those in there. Like,
They'll
give us some
never
figure
do that.
packs. Like, if they were to set up a website like Lego has for their AnyBrick system, and you just order the parts you need to make specific characters, printing money, but they won't do it. They'd rather put it together so you buy like a full figure for like, you know, that one spare head you need.
Yeah, they got to put out 5
like,
more Spider-Mans.
The new TMNT Motu crossover, there's a video that came out about Donnie, and his freaking helmet doesn't come off, and it's like, well, I'm gonna have to buy like a second wrap or something and paint him up.
The Man-Child put out his review because he got some early international versions of Donatello and
Man-at-Arms.
Man-at-Arms, but the helmet does not come off of Donnie. Kind of a bummer, but
I gotta ask a question since you brought this up. What do you guys feel about the new the TMNT Masters of the Universe crossover?
Love it.
I mean,
I think
Love
it's
it
probably one of the
because
there are those who are really, really excited about it. I'm not one of them. Sorry.
I
I
love
think
it because as a kid, my TMNT and Motu figures crossed over all the time.
Mhm.
Because I was born in like '86, so like I was at that prime time. So for me, finally having origin style Motu figures that do have like a Motu look with armor and whatnot is like a dream come true because that was my play style. But I do
Right.
understand those who like don't care for it, don't like it, think
So
it's weird.
for me, I think it's great. I've been saying for a while now that if Mattel wants the brand to succeed and to carry on into the future, they need to take more chances. You need to bring in new people. You need to try new things. So many people get wrapped up in what we had in the past and they act like you can't touch that. Like you can't touch. Guess what? Nobody's touching it because it was 40 years ago. We can't hurt what has already happened. It already
Yeah.
happened. You
No,
can't do
no,
anything to that.
no, you can definitely hurt it.
Yeah,
Like
how?
that
How?
I mean that falls under the sentence of if it isn't broken, don't fix it. You know,
In a
that,
way, you would say that, but how many times have they tried to bring it back unsuccessfully because they're clinging to what was and not making it new for who's here now, right? The same ways you appealed to kids back in the 1980s do not appeal to the kids today. That's why
well,
so many people believe that kids don't play with toys.
that's the problem. They're not selling it to the kids. They're selling it to you.
They
That's it.
are,
If you want to see
but
the toys that are being sold for kids, you need to go the aisle over from the action
well,
figure aisle. Over
this
there
is
where
something.
Will and them hang out. That aisle is where the kid stuff is. That aisle is where the future is located at. Tell
So,
me I'm wrong.
well, here's part of that, right? Yes, a lot of kids are playing video games these days, but there is still a big market for toys. But it's also up to how the play habits are of the kids, right?
Right.
So most of us, we would play with toys by ourselves, maybe, but we always had more fun playing
Yep.
with our friends. We were always in the neighborhoods with our friends, taking our toys out, playing with them out, right?
Mhm.
Where do you see that today? You
Well,
don't.
you don't. I mean,
Now, who does that fall on? It's not the kids, right? It's not the kids' fault that they're not out there playing with other kids. That's
I
on us, the
mean,
parents, because we're the parents now, right? The
well,
kids don't
yeah,
set up play dates on them on their own.
but that's a yes. That's a
Kids,
yes. That's a yes no conversation. I mean, yes, a lot of that leads on to the parent not indulging the children. And I'm telling you, as a father myself with a 9-year-old, like,
yeah,
you
my
know, get
son's
out.
8.
No, get outside, play, and play. Don't be sitting in front of the TV and the tablets and the PlayStations.
See,
But at the
it's
same time, like we didn't have all of that when we were kids.
not as much. No, it was still kind of new and still coming out. But one thing that we do need to do is we need to take
Let me
ownership.
chime in for a minute. Let me chime in for a minute.
Chime
Like
away,
when
my
it
friend.
comes, when it comes to video games and tablets and phones, yes, it is the parents' fault because you can limit the amount of time that they have with those things, especially
can.
when they're young. The
When
problem
Connor
is
is
you wait
here,
until they're 10 and 11 and 12 years old. It's too late to start. You have to start when they're young enough to be able to get away with it. So by the time they are 10 and 11 and 12 years old, they're already used to the fact that, okay, I've got an hour a day that I can spend playing a video game or playing on social
right?
media or being on my phone.
And
The other
I'm
thing
certainly
is,
not telling anybody they're bad parents because I
no,
don't
but
do that.
everybody
But
parents their kids their own different way. But
exactly,
that's the thing. Play habits of children are fostered by the adults who raise them, and that's just the truth. I
right?
mean,
When
what if our
Connor,
parents made the mistake of setting us in front of the TV and letting Sesame Street be our babysitter sometimes? That wasn't a good thing, but it's what happened. So yes,
when
it's the
I can
parents'
I can tell you this. I didn't let my kids watch TV or play video games hardly at all when they were kids.
Right.
And my
That's
son,
right.
who is an action figure collector now, did not play with his toys the same way that we play with our toys. There is something to be said about how kids interact with plastic things nowadays, and I think a lot of it has to do with the media, as far as the media they're getting, and not
That's
exactly
true.
what the parents are doing.
Yeah, but okay, but then hold on before you start. But look at where we are in today's age. How many of you? I'm going to ask a question, and I don't know if you will answer this question if you do or not, but let's ask it. How many of you play Dungeons and Dragons right now?
I do.
Okay,
I'm trying to get an online campaign going.
Right.
Like we'll actually play.
Perfect. So 3 out of the 5 play Dungeons and Dragons. Remember back when Dungeons and Dragons was such a secret. Like if you had admitted that you play it, you were like the outcast of the group. That is where today's teenagers and young kids are. Playing with toys, you're the outcast. Why aren't you playing? Why aren't you playing Fortnite? Sorry, not to point you out, but I play it too. But why aren't you playing Fortnite? Why aren't you on TikTok? Why aren't you doing all the other things that are relevant today? Toys aren't relevant today unless you, the parent, make it relevant in your child's,
Yes.
way.
Because again, kids want to play with their friends because we wanted to play with our friends,
right?
Well,
and their friends are playing things like
Fortnite. Is that kids are not allowed to be free range like we were. Now, I don't know how old you guys are, but look, I'm 50, almost 54 years old. Okay, we were free range kids. The adults didn't give two shits what we did as long as we weren't killing somebody or getting hurt.
Yeah, but times are also different from then.
We rode our bike in little packs from our house to our buddy's house and played with him for a little while. And then he would get his bike out and join us, and we would go over to somebody else's house. And then we might come back to somebody else's house and get some Kool-Aid.
Look at where we are today. I can't even let my son go to the end of the street without being concerned that some van is going to swoop him up because my son's is the one that's going to go into the van because they're like, oh, you have candy. Like, that's
and no matter how much you try to tell them, do not take free candy. Kids are dumb.
But I mean, I'm turning 41 in March. I grew up predominantly in the 90s. I could go outside and do exactly what you're describing. Go out and do whatever I want. Hang out behind 3 streets down, and be with my friends playing at an old abandoned school that's not open anymore. It's not like that anymore, and that's where the divide starts. Is you have to as an adult with kids.
I did the same thing with my daughter, Erin, and when she was growing up, and she grew up in the early 2000s. Okay, she was born in 1994. Now, here's the thing. Yes, I think we're a little overprotective of our kids because the panel van with free candy spray painted on the side of it was rolling around back when we were growing up too.
Yeah, but then it was different.
We were smart enough to stay away from it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unless you have some really good candy, then I might jump in.
Today's kids that they can't understand that Wile E. Coyote you can't really get on a rocket and light it up and shoot off into space, and that you can't go to that panel van out there with free candy spray painted on the side that might look legit, but it's really not. You got to understand you can't go to that either.
But I think that there's a disconnect now, though, with kids, right? Is that when we were growing up, we might not have had a lot of book smarts, but we had a lot of street smarts. Now the kids are opposite. They have a lot of book smarts, but they don't have very much street smarts.
Right.
That's because they got a lot of Rome in them.
If you want to pull up Kenzo Creation, his last message, well, not the one I just popped. Yeah, that one. As a black male, when my mother would yell out our name when that street light, if you weren't home, the street light came on. You better have a really good reason why you're not in the house. You know what I'm saying?
And that mom call when she would get out that
door Eric brings up another point. You don't get so far away from the house that when mom screams your name out that you don't come running back to the house. Well, I remember
yeah.
you could hear Mama screaming. You hear Mama screaming your
Blocks.
name, and they used
Blocks
to almost sing it out.
I was like 3 or 4 blocks away, and you could still
You
hear
would
that
come running
voice.
your ass up the house because you know something.
did.
You probably gonna get your ass whooped in something because
Oh,
you
yeah.
were.
I ain't gonna
you were
lie.
home.
If somebody went outside today and yelled like part of my name out, like my mom used to yell my name, I would jump up and start running,
Uh-huh.
thinking, oh
Mhm.
God, I need to get home.
PTSD.
Like it would
There's
happen.
like
It's just an automatic response.
there was
Oh,
one
yeah,
time
no,
when I was little.
a small town here in the great state of Mississippi. Someone, I think it was Adam Yancey, asked me where I was from because of my hillbilly accent. Well, I'm not a hillbilly. Thank you very much. I live in the Delta of Mississippi. It's flat here. There are no hills. Sir T. Baggins. Sir T. Baggins has asked me a question here, and not personally, but it's a question I think needs to come up. He says, curious. When is a toy collection come to a stop for you? Like companies either are listening but asking for too much, or not listening and offering you stuff that
When you can't find the toys.
well,
No, I can't even agree. I can't even agree to that.
There's a couple of answers to that. Okay, for me personally, if it's something I want, I don't give a shit. I'm going to get it one way or another. I'm not going to go as far out as Mr. Home Arcade and spend $500 or $1,000 or something like that. But let me give you Motu Origins as an example. I've been invested in this line since it started. I've spent too much money on this line over the years. But here's the deal. It has now come to the point to where I'm cherry picking what I'm getting, and I'm not getting everything that comes out anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the line has come to an end? Not necessarily, because I am always doing something with them, as you can see with my custom figures that I do. I'm a customizer, so I'll always be doing something with them. Superpowers is going to end up being the same way. I'm going to get what I want, and then at a certain point, I'm going to stop. Now, as far as do I ever stop collecting a line? No, not necessarily.
That's also a tough question, though, Bill, because if you're not a completist, then it doesn't matter what the toy company's doing, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter to me.
Right.
However, I do sit there and look at the price of something. Like, for instance, I'll give you a perfect example. All right, let's go to Walmart and let's look over there where the GI Joe figures are located. So we've got figures that are in boxes, and then we've also got figures that are in the vintage card bags. The vintage card bags look really, really nice. I might want to pick one or two of those up just to have the nostalgia of it. But then I look down there and I see a Snake Eyes figure with Timber the Wolf in the pack, and they want almost $50 freaking for it, $45 plus. You can keep that figure.
No thanks.
You can keep that figure. It can stay right where it's at. I'll probably pick it up if I see it on clearance or something like that, which probably move to at that price because it's not going to sell at that damn price.
So
I would definitely want that figure, but yeah, not at that price.
So, Aaron, just remind me, how much was Mutt Junkyard? Was that $45 too?
Yeah,
like
I believe
Snake
so.
Eyes and Timber? Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing as Fiona and Crockmaster.
Yeah.
Which I didn't get.
But
So-
Fiona is a huge
It's a huge crocodile.
crocodile
It's a
fight,
huge.
A
I
wolf
haven't-
or a dog should not charge you as much as an
Whatever.
extra figure.
Well, you also pay that tax too,
Right?
You know,
The
Hasbro's
nostalgia
notorious.
As Grandhead Jim says, it's the nostalgia tax that you're paying.
It's not even just nostalgia tax; it's
You got the
character
Snake Eye
tax,
the Boba Fett tax,
Boba Fett tax,
Spoiler
right?
tax.
Oh,
You go look at a Boba Fett figure versus any other Star Wars figure, and he's $10 more than any other Star Wars figure on a peg
Yep.
hook.
yep.
Even if the
He'll wind up
tooling
on point.
is the same, he doesn't. Boba Fett's one of those ones they never clearance. They will clearance every other figure in that aisle except for Lando and Boba Fett. And I don't know why they didn't clearance out Lando. That
Well, they
made no
finally
sense
did
to
at
me.
my Walmart.
Oh.
Finally,
4 years later.
4 years in.
But you know, Lando is one of those characters where he's relevant enough
But
that.
they will clearance a Luke figure, and they didn't clearance.
But look how many Luke figures they make in a
That's
given
true.
run. Like,
That's true.
As much as I would hate it, but like the unfortunate day when Billy D. Williams does pass, I think the figures will see a little bit uptick of
Yep.
being bought
and that's
and more released
They
versions.
definitely will.
but that's with any person that passes.
Yeah.
As much
Right?
as I don't want to
When-
bring it up, a year ago when Jason David Frank passed away,
Yeah,
look how many
Green
Green
Ranger.
Rangers, White Rangers, Turbo
Yep.
Red Rangers, all
I was
went
holding-
crazy prices.
I was holding back on getting the Dragon Dagger, and I had the money to buy it, but I was like, I'm probably not going to. But then when he passed, I was like, you know what? I should get it. I should have it in my collection up on my wall. I went, and they were all sold out and being resold for like $300. I'm just like, really?
Oh yeah, and that's how I mean, and that's any
Yeah.
celebrity or major figure in,
Oh, yeah.
in media that passes away.
Oh yeah.
The same thing happened with the like WWE. To bring
Yeah,
something
Bray-
up very
Bray
recent.
Wyatt.
WWE
Bray Wyatt, yep.
Superstars Bray Wyatt figure was sitting
Mhm.
on shelves, peg warming. Bray Wyatt died. Every single one of them disappeared real quick. And then I found them all again on Marketplace and eBay for like triple and quadruple the cost.
Well, that's the problem.
Yep.
Right? People go out and buy them because they know they're going to be able to scalp them.
Scalpers going to scalp.
So, but back to the question at hand about when a collection ends, right? So, like for me and Origins, again, it's one of those perfect lines to talk about this because I was all in. I was trying to get everything I could. I knew right off the bat I wasn't going to be a completionist because there are certain figures I just wasn't going to get, like con exclusives. I wasn't even going to try for it because chances are I'm not going to the con. And on top of that, they become super expensive on the aftermarket.
Yep.
So it was just like, I'm going to write them off. But everything that was going to be sold at retail, well, that's fine because I could just go in the store and pick it up, right? Wrong.
Shit, while I was drinking my
Sorry,
coffee,
Bill.
you son of a
Sorry,
gun.
Bill. But I mean, that's exactly how it was, though. You know, it was like I was all excited to get this line, and then it became impossible to find at retail. And then there was the retail exclusives, like, and again, to wrap it in with that TMNT
that
Turtles
is a kick in the
crossover.
nuts.
So with this line, first off, earlier this year, Mattel had said that they were going to get away from the retail exclusive figures. Wrong.
I mean, they're not wrong.
Wait a minute.
No, they have doubled down on retail exclusives, right? So
yes and no, because the no part is they're going more to fan channels.
No. That's not what I mean. That is not what I mean. They have said they will no longer do retail exclusives earlier this year. When Pixel Dan was talking to one of their marketing guys, they weren't going to do any more retail exclusives.
That's a
Duplica,
lie.
Moss Man. Next up, we are getting out of the TMNT and Motu crossover the deluxe figures. So there's going to be 4 deluxe figures coming for TMNT Motu crossover.
They're not retail exclusive. I can tell you. I'm not supposed to tell you that, but they're not.
Okay. Well, if you,
from what we've been told, they are
right.
I'm
Toy Habits tends to be pretty accurate on those things, but I will take a toy retailer's word for it because he gets slightly more inside
He ain't
info.
supposed to be telling us that, so that even makes.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
I can edit that part out of the stream. After the fact, I can go back and remove that.
Now, let me put it this way: out of the 4, I think there is legitimately 1 though that will be, but the others will not.
And that kills me because those deluxe figures are supposed to be a build figure as well. Yep. And one thing that, first off, it used to be a rule, and I guess maybe it's not now. They couldn't make anything with a build a figure exclusive because it would limit. Like, they can't sell more arms than they can heads. They can't sell more legs. Like, if they sell a build a figure wave, they have to have equal amounts of all parts of the body so that you have the potential to get all of it. Like
So
that is a rule.
Right, but I want you to understand the word that you just said, potential.
Yes, because let's face it, nothing is guaranteed.
Exactly.
And we all know that going to a store to buy stuff, people will go in and buy who's got the head. That's going to be automatically like the rarest figure out of them all. They're going to snatch up the heads first, and then they're going to put them online because they're going to want to sell it.
Yep.
Now, that's not the fault of the retailer, and it's not the fault of the manufacturer of the figure. But the manufacturer has a duty to make this as plentiful for you to be able to get all the pieces of a figure. And this is a rule within toy making that has actually been said publicly that they have to do this.
Yeah, but here's the thing with what you just said. Look at what's happening right now between Mattel and Hasbro. They are pumping out exponential amount of product right now to the point where they had to look at themselves in the mirror and said, look, we are tired of seeing our stuff hit clearance pretty much when like a month after the fact that it's happened. So they're backing up and saying we're not pumping out X amount of figures in a wave anymore.
Well, that
now you change that story of the rarity to even more rarity.
Well, here's the thing though, right? But by selling one figure out of a Build-A-Figure wave as a retailer exclusive, you have now limited that pool. That is now no longer plentiful across all channels because there's a retailer that can't even sell it.
Right.
So now you have broken this rule. And stuff like that is what kills me. Now, again, I have gone on record to say that it is not Mattel's fault that you cannot find Origins in Walmart or Target, basically anywhere except for a wave that got overstocked. That's due to the SKU system. That's due to poor distribution on Walmart and Target's side. Because again, the Mattel truck don't show up in Walmart. That's not where it goes. That stuff comes in on containers. They get stuff shipped over to the Walmart and Target distribution center. It is up to the Target and Walmart distribution centers to make sure that those stores and those aisles get stocked. Right. Back in the day, they used to have reps that would go in and make sure, which you just don't see anymore. Now, that was a while ago. I don't know how long that's been out of date, but clearly it is something that they do not do.
I would say ever since the pandemic happened.
Well, definitely after the pandemic,
the distribution system got broken somehow, and it's never been fixed, and I don't see it getting fixed anytime in the future.
I want to hold on before you bring that. Go back to the Chris's message there, Cutthroat. So bring back the reps. Let's start with that problem right there. How many targets do you have in the NECA section that looks like straight Garbo?
All of them.
All of them. You want to know why? Because their rep is only there once a month. The Target employees are not responsible for
they can't touch the NECA section.
Exactly.
All they can do is they can drop all they can do to that NECA section is they can walk over and put the toys that somebody moved somewhere else. They can walk over and drop it in that section, but they are not responsible for organizing, straightening, or facing that section.
Right. Yes.
But
they can't put it out. They can't.
Yeah, they can't go into the back and refill it.
It says BrickSeek says that you have 15 of these. They can't even bring it out to you. They're not supposed to bring it out to you.
Yeah, they're not supposed to touch that because that is NECA product. That part of the store is paid for by NECA.
Exactly.
They have rented that section of the store. Much like back in the day when Kmart had a shoe section.
Yes.
Kmart's shoe section was not Kmart shoes. They were Tom McCann shoes. They were all them cheap knockoff shoes that looked like everybody else's.
Exactly. Well, it's the same thing that every store has with their greeting cards, right? Walmart, all the Walmart greeting cards.
Hallmark and all that stuff, or American Greetings or whatever they are.
So before we get any further, the issue that I have with this comment is by saying bring back the reps, that means you are wanting NECA and Hasbro, Mattel, and anybody else to spend money to have someone religiously go to these stores, because I used to work for I was a rep for Dyson. Like my job was to go to like 7 stores that carried Dyson product and make sure it was stocked, it was presented well, do coaching and training. They're not going to pay someone to do that, like at all. This is why you get that NECA rep once a month.
Now, here's a different way to look at that, though, because my time in GameStop, you have a Sony rep, you have a Microsoft rep, and you have a Nintendo rep.
Yeah.
All of these representatives, they come to your store, they visit monthly. Sometimes you get lucky and they'll pop in bi-weekly if you're lucky. Now, the Nintendo rep or the Microsoft rep or the PlayStation rep, they have certain products that they must make sure are represented. They have certain sections that they must make sure are set with the proper merchandising.
Yes.
But you, as the employee at that GameStop, are solely responsible for making sure it's set up that way. They send you cover art so that you can display it in those sections, whether you have the game in stock or not. And they make sure that it is set like your top row on the shelf is going to be all this game. Your next row on the shelf is going to be all this game. Your bottom row on the shelf is going to be all this game.
Right.
And that is set per Sony, per Xbox, and per Nintendo. Now, if you do not have it set like that, they will come in and they will ask you why. They will go to the back and grab mock boxes and start putting cover arts in them and possibly set them for you if they're cool with you. If not, they'll just yell at you and say, hey, why isn't this set up? Mind you, all of my reps were really cool. They never did that.
Yeah.
If the signage around the PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo demo unit was not set properly, because we used to get hit that we would set that. If we had not done so, they would do that because they got to make sure that they do. Hey, bud.
Yo.
Yo, clackety clack is really loud.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
my bad.
But it's a slightly different thing. It really depends on what those agreements look like, right? So
Right.
in a toy section like what Mattel and Hasbro used to do, it was very similar to the way that you would see in a GameStop when their reps would come through. They would just kind of make sure that the product that is supposed to be there was there. If it wasn't there, they'd be like, why isn't this stuff here?
I did a sales rep thing for Hasbro for one season, and the primary part of that job for Hasbro at that time was really just going around and making sure whatever was promotional at that time was set correctly. So the end caps, the center aisle,
yeah, because you needed your end caps, right?
Displays and stuff like that. The stuff that was in the aisle, we didn't touch. It was just primarily promotional. You know, whatever movie was out or whatever was big coming out at that point.
But here's the difference: like with Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, you know, Sega at that time, you know, the person that's in charge of, you know, stocking and all that, that's your responsibility. They just come in and say, okay, well, you're missing Madden 24. That needs to be prime center in this section right here. That's not how NECA works.
Right.
NECA sends out someone that says, oh, well, this month we've got 5 titles coming out and they need to be represented.
Yep.
Well, that rep has probably 8 to 10 stores that they're responsible for in said area. So,
well, in my area, it was really, it was a lot more than that, because here in Baltimore, you literally had a GameStop on every corner.
Right.
And I want to give a shout out here to this Sir Teabaggins. Really must know what I was talking about. Now, unfortunately, he didn't see his reps very often. I saw my reps all the time, and I was good friends with.
But I tell you, that's probably the same type of situation going on with the NECA reps, right? They probably have that one store that they're buddies with everybody at. who will help take care of it for them.
Yeah,
And the rest
that
of the stores,
section.
they don't give a shit. All right.
Yeah,
Because NECA doesn't give a shit because they know the stuff's going to sell. If it's in the store, it's going to sell. It doesn't matter to them.
But that's the problem, though. While yes, it'll sell, if your reps is not going to their stores to stock, because that's their responsibility.
Right. That's
you're
true.
not selling.
Yep.
That takes the person that's sitting on BrickSeek right now, going, "Oh, hey, this shows that you've got 7 metalheads in stock right now," and the target rep's going to go, "Yeah, it's in that box right over there, but I can't touch it."
Yeah.
So,
I can
Yeah,
tell you,
'cause in
as
some
a
places it's like
lifelong
that.
collector that's 50 years old right now, to answer what was it Honor you that asked the original question? I don't remember who asked the original question, but about ending a collection. I don't think
Right.
as a true collector, your collection ever ends. It just changes. Right?
It's going to
Yeah.
refine, it's going to revise. Like that's what I'm basically doing now, right? So with the way I feel, Mattel is kind of just playing games right now. There's less and less that appeal to me. And most of the figures that I'm kind of more interested in, like, as far as completing my line go, are going to be Mattel Creations exclusive for like the vintage figures.
mhm.
There's no need for me to go out and hunt at stores and try to find that stuff at store. There's just no point.
But it sounds to me
But-
like you're in the boat that I'm in. You're looking for a Modulac or a Real Blast or something like that to finish out what you remember you had when you were a kid.
Exactly.
And going back though, I want to get back to something real quick that Aaron brought up earlier that kind of got lost. Was the mashup between the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the Motu line. Aaron was asking, is anybody interested in that? Well, I want to turn that around on Aaron. First, are you interested in that? And is there a reason why you're asking that?
Well, I mean, as a wholesaler, I have to be interested. Whether it's for me or not. My question behind it was, as I know a lot of you are into the Motu line,
right?
And then it was more of a curiosity to what your opinion was with that mashup between the two brands.
I think it's a good idea because there are too many people that are a lot younger than I am who not only played with He-Man but also played with the Turtles back in the day. And if you remember, the Playmates Turtle line was in the same scale as He-Man. They could play, exactly, right over
4
there.
to 5.5 inch.
You could play Turtles with He-Man if you wanted to, and that's the kind of shit I did when I was growing up. I mean, my Star Wars figures played with other 3 3/4 inch figures in my collection, and at the time that He-Man was popular and the Turtles were popular, that 5-inch scale line was what everybody was doing. So you could have Dick Tracy playing with the Turtles, and then they could all go to Castle Grayskull. So I think that's what the idea behind this line is to get those Turtle fans buying Motu product. Good idea.
Exactly.
Is it going to appeal to me? No, because the Turtles were a little after my time. I remember reading their comics, watching their movie, but not playing with their toys because I was doing other things. I was playing in the mud and going over to foreign countries and meeting strange and unusual people and killing them. But that happens.
So and to piggyback off of that, that's exactly what I'm saying about this is the smart idea. They need to take chances. They need to try to do new things so that this line continues to the younger generation. And Ninja Turtles is a great gateway to that, due to the fact that they have simply been able to reinvent themselves successfully about every 10 years. They have become a truly evergreen franchise, period. They are every generation of kids since their launch has like fallen in love with the Ninja Turtles. Just something about it has that magic. And it's continuing now. That's exactly what Masters of the Universe needs, because that has kind of lost touch to the more the youth of today. Connor thinks it's great because I think it's great. He watched some of the cartoons and he enjoyed it.
The biggest problem we have is that the two big dogs in the toy industry, right, Mattel and Hasbro, have lost all their creativity and their willingness to take a chance. Because they could honestly take a chance, and it could be huge, but they're too afraid to take that chance because it might fail.
They are. They want the guaranteed money.
Yep.
That's why, again, Masters of the Universe, they'll just release like the same 7 characters and then restart it.
What you're bringing up is something that's endemic, not only in the toy industry, but also in the movie industry.
Yeah.
Oh, movies, TV, all
it's everywhere.
Look, here's the thing. All right, so what are we seeing in the stores? We're seeing figures from Dungeons and Dragons, a cartoon show that hasn't been on TV since I was a little kid. We're seeing He-Man. We're seeing superpowers. We're seeing all the stuff that we played with when we were little kids getting put back on the shelf for kids today to play with. Nobody's putting up anything new. I hate to say it. And listen, yeah, they're making money, but they're making money off of me and you and Axion and Buddy.
Right,
but
who has
to make new line, something brand freaking new. So, they need to make something that take a damn chance. Make a movie about some new product. Don't keep digging into the graveyard and bringing something back from the dead.
Okay, so again, first off, we need to remember that for toy companies, what was that big report that pissed off a whole bunch of toy collectors last year because they called us kidults?
I could care less about that.
Okay.
I mean,
but these are the facts. These are the facts
of the people buying toys.
Right.
We're not. The people
we need
buying
to remember
toys,
that.
Mom and dad buying them for who? Little kids.
Yeah,
that's right.
But they're also before you finish, I don't want to cut you. But who has the money to buy these toys? We do. Little Billy and little Jane don't have money. So they're going to go.
The toys that they buy are not going to be as expensive as the toys we buy, but that's where the market is. You've got to be able to market your things to people who can afford to buy them, for one thing, and for another. I mean, sure, there's nothing wrong with having an adult collector market. That's where NECA makes their money. They're not making that shit for kids.
No, they aren't.
They're also not. They're also not cranking out the amount of product as Mattel and Hasbro are. Mattel and Hasbro need to go back to the drawing board.
Again, here we are, right? Hasbro and Mattel, we are.
No, 12... I did not, Brick, but that's a whole different kettle of fish.
So we are 12%, and that is growth in that market. As of last year, we are 12%, the kidult market. Now, mind you, let me give you that definition of kidult. Boys 12 and up. That is what a kidult means before anybody starts jumping on these definitions. Now, when we talk about that, these bigger toy companies that are making all this money, and we're complaining about the G.I. Joe, we're complaining about maybe Transformers, we're complaining about He-Man, right? They are sold by giant toy companies that we give them pennies based on their overall sales. So no, they do not care about us. However, Brick is bringing it to us here. When we talk about new IPs, Kickstarter, just a couple years ago, one of the hottest new lines out there in the market today. AWOC. AWOC is still probably killing it as rookie of the last 2 years. Street Humans, unfortunately, did not fully back, but Shartimus will be back with this. Cyberzoic. Right here. Another huge one that got fully backed and is coming. Armies of Ashmore with Defenders of Eden. These are all new IPs that have either backed or been announced and backed within the last couple years and are doing gangbusters. And not a single one of them.
That's a good point. I agree with that. See, that's a point. Now, while these toys are not made for little kids, they're made for adult.
No, they're made for us.
Yeah,
and they appeal specifically to us.
The point is, this is new. This is new IP. This is not digging up old IP. Now, yes, I'm sure that the several of these lines are taking ideas from other lines, but that's just called research. That's not stealing or anything. But here's the thing: the big boys need to pay attention to that. They can come up with something new that hasn't been done before that will sell and put it at a price that little kids may want and appeal to them and appeal to their the adults taking care of them, the guardians of them who are going to buy that stuff for their birthday and their Christmas and what have you. And sadly, those toys are for those wanting those toys at kid friendly prices. They can be made at kid friendly prices, but they will not be made at adult friendly articulation. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So I think there's also a problem that the toy companies struggle with now too. Like if you look at some of the stuff they make for some of these younger kid IPs come out, like Paw Patrol, right? Paw Patrol is a cool line for younger kids. They don't have that. They don't have those transition toys like we had, right? We started out with the Fisher Price Little People, then we went to the Fisher Price Adventure People, and then it went into Star Wars and everything else, right? They don't have that anymore. It goes from Paw Patrol to nothing, or else they go into the adult collector.
No, I disagree, Axion. I disagree. You go over there to that little toy section that's over there next to the one that you've been walking down all up and down all the time, the one that you probably ignore. I'm not saying that you do. I'm the collective you.
Yeah, I get you.
You go over to that line. You go over there, and you will see big giant sharks with little guys that can dive and go. You will see soldiers with
the Chat May kind of stuff.
Yeah, you could that stuff that is over there. The big giant dinosaur that sits in my Batcave set whenever I set it up
Kid
over
Connection
here.
Stuff is awesome.
It's a Kid Connection toy. They're over there, and guess what? Kids are buying that shit.
Yeah, but guess where they're at? They're like at my Walmart. They're across the aisle from the Paw Patrol and all that stuff.
That's right. That's the transition toys that you were talking about.
Right. What I'm saying is
thing with like Imagine That.
There's nothing above that, right? And there's no reason for kids to stay involved in lines because they have nothing that drives them to that. Because, like, back to I think Aaron's point that they don't want to be picked on for still playing with their toys when they're 8 now instead of here's the thing, Bill. When you and I were kids,
playing with toys when I was a little
Bill,
kid.
when you and I were kids, because I'm not much younger than you.
When I was a little kid, so yeah, little kids go through the same shit that we went through, and they're either going to play with them or they're not, or they're going to fall for the peer pressure or they're not.
But Bill,
but it's different now.
Back in the 70s, in the early 80s, right? Because I'm not much younger than you are, and it was no big deal for us to be 12 years old and still looking at the action figure aisle, right? You didn't tell your girlfriends or your friends.
By the time I rolled around, if you were still playing with toys at 12, you were made fun of. I just didn't care.
We forced kids to grow up faster. We forced them to.
Ozzy's the same boat I'm in. Yeah, I got picked on for playing with toys. I got told that you know that I was a nerd or I was we used to do this shit, okay, folks. I'm not trying to be ugly about it. You're gay for playing with toys. You know, they used to do shit like that to me too. And you know what? My answer to that was, you you can go and stick something where the sun don't shine. And sometimes I got my ass whooped and sometimes I won. But you know, I was willing to fight for being who I was. Now,
but the point is, Bill, is that as young adults, what we considered kids back in the 70s is not what we consider kids nowadays. People expect these kids to be 8 years old and be fully responsible for themselves. And it's not just us as parents, it's the entire system, society and everything, right? When we were kids, we were told walk in a straight line until we were in fucking 7th grade, right? In school. You walk in a line with everybody else. These kids don't have that now. They're all responsible for themselves, and they're expected to be responsible when they're in fucking fifth grade, right? They're still little kids. Shit, when I was in 5th grade, I was still peeing the bed. It didn't, I didn't know any different. I was still a kid.
I had a key in my pocket to open the house when I got home because there wasn't nobody there when I got home.
So this is what I was saying. This is exactly what I was saying earlier. Times are different now than it was when I was growing up in the late 80s, early 90s. Bill, when you were growing up in said time frame that you were growing up. Today's children, and when I say today, I mean anything past 2000s and up, that's not how it is. Like you can go, you used to be able to go to the store with a note from your parents that said, "Hey, I'm going to buy some smokes for my dad," and they'd give it to you.
Yeah,
And that's how it was. I can't send my 9-year-old to the gas station with a note that says my dad needs a 6-pack of beer. He's going to look at him like, dude, what the fuck are you doing here with a note? Get the hell out. It's the world today is 100% different and has evolved from where we were. And to relate this back to where the toy conversation that we're having is, kids don't play with toys either by two choices. One, we as adults aren't embarking toys onto our kids to live a legacy that we have loved for years, or they just don't care. That is the divide. Either they want to play, but they're afraid to say that they're playing with toys because their friends don't play with toys because they're on TikTok and they're out on their hoverboards and they're doing whatever it is they're doing right now, or they play with them in secret because they can't tell nobody except for your household because you play with them.
But it's completely an oddity thing, right? Because like I was saying, like Luke, right? I played with that. I mean, when Luke was a kid, a baby, until he's 18 now, he's always seen me playing with my toys, right? Taking pictures of them out in the garage. I mean, having battles on the ground in my garage with my toys. He witnessed that. So he saw me playing with toys. The only toys that he really played with as a kid were his Legos. He's always loved action figures, but he was 5 years old collecting them. He would get them, put the guns in their hands, set them up on the shelf in a pose, and that's where they stayed.
But that's because he saw you do it. That made it okay in his eyes at the time.
What I'm saying is it's a different time that he didn't even really want to play with his toys, even though he saw me play with my toys, right?
So here's the other.
He collect them, but that's all he wanted to do with them. He wanted to look at them as pieces of art, as opposed to get down on the ground and play with them, because none of his friends played with toys. They all played with Legos, but none of his friends played with toys.
Here is the other key piece of the conversation that we have left out of this up until now, because we talk about how we need to help with the kids and demonstrate these things with kids. We all grew up in the era of Saturday morning cartoons, which you watched a half-hour-long toy commercial with several 2-minute toy commercials in between. That's just how it rolled.
And you had that list ready to go to tell mom and dad, hey, this is what I want for my birthday, Christmas.
Right? You had that pre-programming. You know, we were, I don't care what anybody says. Ryan Dola said it for quite a while, and I agree with him. We were programmed as children to be like we are today. That's just how we were. And they know it. You know, heck, as a matter of fact, Mattel did market research on it for He-Man. That's how they knew what they were doing. And right here, Brick brings up the fact that what you see kids playing with today when it comes to toys, MCU figures, and again, these are the ones that are made for kids. They're not made for the adult collectors, right? Because you're not looking at the kid playing with the Marvel Legends figures. No, they're buying that dopey, stupid-looking action figure, or what most collectors would be like.
It's pretty cool.
No, it's actually really cool because it's very toyetic. I agree with Bill on that. I love those figures, but you know what you would hear most people, like most adult collector channels, might crap on because they're not Marvel Legends, but like they're playing with those Spider-Verse figures. And then the Mutant Mayhem line that has come out, which again is at an extremely good price, has amazing articulation and tons of accessories. It's going to be the next gateway drug to the adult collectors market for kids. Because they're packaged basically like an adult collector toy would be. Tons of articulation, tons of accessories, and the kids are going to lose them. because they do. But these are the ones that you do see kids playing with because it's incorporated into the media that is relevant to them. We don't have Saturday morning cartoons. Kids are watching. As a matter of fact, Cutthroat, he put it out there. Kids are interested in watching stuff like YouTube and TikTok.
They can't tie their own shoes. That's why they have Velcro shoes for them now. They can't change the tire.
Oh,
on
I
the
had
car.
Velcro shoes too.
Me too. Don't worry.
I had Velcro shoes. I had Velcro pants even.
Hey, can you pop up
But,
Fat Red Foods message real
Now,
quick?
yeah, there we go. That's what I was going to get to. How many kids are in these live streams? Well, I already know what my demographic is because I have YouTube, studio over there, and I can look at my metrics.
Can I stop you? Can I stop you real quick? Real quick, Bill. Don't
Sure.
want to interrupt. But here's the answer to the question in all seriousness. There's a kid right now. His name is Ryan. He has a show called Ryan's World. Who has broke the fourth wall. Us as adults who talk about toys. Me as an adult who sell toys. I cannot talk about selling toys to kids. It can't happen. No, it's not even about Ryan.
Ryan is what he's saying. He can't be Ryan.
No, it's not about being him. There is a on if you go into YouTube Studio, there's a question on there that says for kids or not for kids.
Yep.
If you are talking about content or selling merchandise, you cannot sell if it's directed towards kids. There's a whole new set of rules that you have to play by.
Yeah, you can't do it.
You can't do it.
You can't even monetize your channel. And those rules didn't exist until Ryan's Toys hit the market.
Exactly. That's the point that I was making.
If anybody has ever looked at YouTube Pixel Dan Shartimus Prime days and you want to look at toy stuff, there were toy reviewers out there that were doing stuff. There's stuff like Kev's toy reviews.
Mm-hmm.
My son Connor used to love watching his toy reviews, and I enjoyed watching them with him. And guess what? It sold the shit out of some Imaginext toys to Connor. Because he would watch Kev, he'd act out like a little skit with whatever the Imaginext line is. He would do like a whole storyline. Then he would go in to talk about like the toy itself, the accessories, a lot like what we see a lot of us do today with a toy review. And he was doing these toy reviews. Now, this is before there was a whole YouTube Kids section. This is before they made up these guidelines about monetization and what you could show to kids. Very similarly to how the U.S. government stepped in and made rules about half an long hour toy commercials for kids called cartoons on Saturday morning and the little 2-minute cartoons in between. But there's also, again, Ryan's Toys, right? Connor used to love watching Ryan's Toys, and I'd watch it with it. And it was him and his dad, and like his little brother and his mom, and they were all playing with PJ Masks and Paw Patrol stuff. And again, these are the toys that Connor started to like and he started to appeal to. And we bought a ton of that stuff for him because he loved it. And, that's what kids are watching these days. They're literally watching more YouTube and TikTok, stuff like that, than anything else. Now, if we were to start seeing commercial ads, and I like to bring this up, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can do it right here. Many of you are familiar with Stunt Puppet Pictures now, but you may not realize you're familiar with Stunt Puppet Pictures. Justin Rosh and Stunt Puppet Pictures are the ones that are doing all that beautiful stop motion that Mattel is putting up right now. Mm-hmm. When you see them do, like they just did the recent TMNT and Masters of the Universe crossover. They were the ones that did all the beautiful stop motion for the Mo Tuesdays last year. Justin Rosh is an absolutely amazing artist. He's been working within the stop motion industry for years. He did this great commercial that got him a lot of notoriety when Origins was first hitting.
No. Mm-hmm.
And it's him, his wife, and one of their kids. And this is what it was. And I'm going to try to bring it up. It was called Dad Ventures. Now, we may not be able to hear it, but I am going to share this screen and bring up this clip because this was the first thing he had ever done before he did all those Mo Tuesday videos, before he did any of that stuff.
While you're pulling it up,
make
can
sure
we
I'm
point out
grabbing
the
the
fact that Bud's over there just killing it in TMNT right now?
I'm a
Bud's gonna
little
start a
rusty at
video
first.
game stream.
I haven't played this game in like a good while, so like I'm getting hurt
So-
by things I shouldn't.
So
You
right
keep doing
here,
you,
right?
Bud.
This is his YouTube channel. Now, he doesn't post too much to his YouTube right here, but it's Stump Puppet Pictures. You see he's got 173 subscribers. This video has 68 views. But tell me right now if this is not the commercial that we should be watching or that should be selling Origins.
Or should have been selling Origins like the old Mattel commercials.
So that's Justin right there, right?
Yeah.
He's opening up this box. He's excited for these toys, right? There's the kid on the phone, right? This is the exact conversation we're having, right? So here comes the adventure. And you're watching all of this pan out in real time. This is his work, his stop motion. But this was his idea. He wanted to do this. So, like, you got him going back and forth. You see all the crazy battles going. Then it's him. There's his wife. Now it's both of them playing, right? Kid's like, what are they doing? What are they doing? I'm watching this phone thing. I'm doing this phone thing.
I mean, you get
And just more of the adventure continue. Right? Like, this is what will sell these toys. You want these toys to appeal to kids? This is the kind of stuff they need to be watching, right?
Right.
But where do you find this? On his channel with 173 subscribers and 68 views, and this came out like 3 years ago. How many of you guys knew about this before tonight?
I had no idea, but also there's other things behind this. One, how are you playing this into the YouTube algorithm? Are you tagging this correctly? Are you using proper search engine optimization to get this video found? I mean, there's a lot of questions behind that part of it that obviously we can't answer.
Say, when I first was looking into Origins and I was looking up stuff on YouTube about it, I did come across this before I ever knew Justin, I didn't realize this was him until about a year ago. Skelly and I were sitting down, and you see down there at the bottom that says copyright. Copyright Mattel and everything like that, because it is there. I thought I hit stop share. There we go. It is theirs kind of now. Like, he sent that off to Mattel. Mattel picked it up. That's one of the reasons that Mattel approached him about doing the stop motion he did for Mo Tuesdays. And him and Shell both said, because we just recently had them on for Toy Frenzy again recently, where we were interviewing them a little bit more about where things have come. They were talking about a lot of what we've seen. Mattel is asking them to do some more stuff, but they really want to do like an ongoing series using the toys as the media.
I want to interject there. I think Aaron was trying to bring up the point that you can't make this available for kids. You have to mark your video as for adults, because you can't do anything with it if it's marketed for kids. And what are the kids watching? Well, they're probably watching the stuff that's over there marketed for kids. And if you watch that direct, you will see what's poisoning their mind.
That's where we put it, right? Like, if I was letting Connor again freely roam on YouTube without my keen eye of observation of what he is watching, I put him on YouTube Kids, which is a whole separate app, right?
Yep.
And that's where you find all that content for kids. Now, guess who's on YouTube for kids? Mattel.
Yeah.
Which, again, that's their official stuff now, because that is as they create. as you guys can clearly see, Justin is not worried about monetizing his channel. That's not how he makes his money at all. But I mean, in all honesty, there's not a toy tuber out there that really makes their money off of YouTube, except for maybe Dan Larson, who's gone like completely full time now. Even Shartimus has admitted that he does not make all of his money from YouTube. He's doing so many other side projects that help fund what
you better not try to make all your money from YouTube, because the way YouTube is doing us. But I think what Aaron's point is that he can't compete with that as a toy company, because he's unable to do his channel the way they're doing their channel. And it's not fair to Aaron. I think Aaron should be able to market his stuff just like
no. I mean, that's not really the thing at all. I mean, marketing. I proposed this question, I think, on our last stream last Sunday, or maybe the weekend before that, was, I look at the things that we sell. We sell wrestling figures, we sell G.I. Joe, we sell Marvel Legends, we sell Jada toys. These are all the things that adults are buying right now. I propose this to Ted. I'm like, look, we're going into the holiday season. For people who have kids, how can we make Hello Dope Toys the one-stop shop for everyone? Do we start thinking about carrying kid-related toys?
Bluey toys are in high demand, Aaron.
Bluey toys, Paw Patrol, Monster High, like all of those other toys that aren't what you, the adult, is collecting. How can I get you, the adult, to buy for you and for your son or your daughter or your niece or your nephew or a young cousin? That is where I'm going to now. I need to branch out away from the adult side and bring in a demographic that I can't touch. Like Bill's point is, through YouTube for kids. I need to get to you, the adult, to get to your kid without actually getting to your kid. So,
in any other context, that would sound like a really creepy sentence.
Yes, it does. I thought about that as I was saying it. but
what he's warning is, he's warning the guardians of the kids who are going to buy the toys that they're going to be getting for their birthday or their Christmas or for their friend's birthday party,
right,
or whatever, to buy from him, because they are already buying their figures or their collectibles from him, and now they know that he has a section of his store or an aisle in his virtual store full of toys that they can buy for those children. And I think that's an excellent idea, Aaron. The problem is, from your standpoint of view, is can you afford to have that much more inventory?
I mean, that's the cost of business. But within that same breath, you have Nerdzoic. What do they sell? Adult toys or adult collecting toys. What does a Big Bad Toy Store sell? They sell adult collecting toys. What does the Last Toy Store sell? They sell horror figures for adult collectors. I want to be the one to branch out now.
As you should, because that's where the money is in toys. As we were talking about them numbers. Exactly. We were talking about them numbers earlier, right? You are literally selling to 12% of the market of the toy industry.
Exactly. I need to reach the other, 88%.
So, Aaron, why don't you try it?
Fat Red Food's got a question there. Can you get the reps for Chap May or whoever is selling those kinds of toys to those dollar stores to sell you those toys?
Yes.
Well, I think Chap May will sell to just about anybody.
That is like, honestly, after so I go through Wilhelm's stream. I watch it. I may not always comment, but I'm watching. That is something that we're looking into. Kind of to Bill's point is, how much inventory can we hold where we're sitting?
Right.
Right. I'm sitting in my house.
Here's the thing is, I'm no businessman. But I know that that in order to get that stuff, you have to get a certain amount of product, or they're not going to sell it to you to begin with. Second of
Exactly.
all,
That's the
once you
biggest
get
problem with
that
them
So
bigger
I
product,
can tell
companies.
you,
how long can you sit on it before it's costing you money if it's not moving?
Exactly.
And
I can
that's all
tell
the
you
things,
with the
that's
chat
all
May
those things
stuff.
that are going through Aaron's mind right now as he's thinking about branching out, because he knows that this could be a make or break situation for him if he don't watch it.
I can
I
tell
will
you with the
say,
chat May stuff, you don't need to buy that much. Chat May
Well,
sells to like Cotswold Collectibles, which is a 1/6 scale military store, right? They sell
Right.
small quantities of them because Greg at Cotswold Collectibles is not carrying a ton of inventory.
Yeah,
The
but
guy at Chat May I used to be friends with, and we still email once in a while, and he will not make you buy more than what you think you can sell.
so first off, let's have that conversation later. Two,
'cause
like I
that
say,
needs to happen.
that needs to. I mean, yes. I mean, but every company, whether they're saying buy within your means, everyone has a minimal order
Well,
quantity.
for sure, right?
Yeah.
The question
But
is,
what I'm saying
what
is
is that
he's not
number?
going to make you buy some 5,000 piece lot, right? I mean,
Right.
Yeah,
But the
so
question
yeah,
is, what is
what
the
Aaron's
question
trying
is,
to say.
what is the number?
right.
Is it 50? Is it 20? Is it 100? Like the like we were talking about the super action stuff with the arcade stuff. I have to buy a minimal of 50 cases of each arcade.
Right.
Right.
A minimal.
Which is why we're all going to come and buy them, right? Everybody in the chat
we
is
need,
going to
I
be
yeah.
stopped
shopping on
buying
those
mine.
25%
That's
off
why
through
I'm
the
not buying it
weekend.
directly from Action Stuff. I know what it's costing Aaron to get that quantity, and I know that he doesn't need to sit on that stuff for a long
Nope.
time, because
We all need
the
to go
longer he
buy.
sits on it, the more money he loses by warehousing that stuff. And I know he doesn't have that much room to warehouse. And that's the point I'm trying to get him to tell me is how much of that. I know you think about it on a daily basis, but as you think about branching out, I mean, how is that? I know you and Ted probably have had a row about this. Go, man, tell us.
Oh no, me and Ted talk. I mean, we talk daily now. I mean, like I said, we've been friends. I've known Ted since I was 12. I'm 40 now. So, now that we're in business, and a business that involves multiple conversations, to bring in a toy line, we're going to take Chat May since we're talking about it. One, is there a demand for it? If the answer is yes, then how do I get that? Do we go into do we get in the bed with Chat May? If we get in the bed with Chat May, how can we do it better than everyone else?
Because it's got to be hella dope.
Right. You can get a Dollar General, you get a Family Dollar. So and I don't know where I know where most of you are in the world, but my Dollar General looks like crap in their toy section.
Always.
It's trashed. So if I can provide Chat May with an outlet to get their stuff out quick, fast, packaged well, and delivered in good timing, then this is a no-brainer conversation. It has to happen. But within that conversation goes back to what I was saying originally. How much do I have to buy? Because I'm sleeping with Four Horsemen. I'm sleeping with Valorverse. I'm sleeping with a whole bunch of other different distributors right now, where my money is going in 8 different directions.
Right. I mean, Black Knight did just admit to being a toy
I'm a toy
horse.
Oh yeah.
So on top of that, Aaron, what I was saying before we started talking about Chat May, what if you just pick something like Bluey, since we know Bluey's a big thing right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And just put it up there. But the trick to that is you're going to have to promote it, right? Because when I go to your site or any other site that you might go to, I go there specifically looking for something, right? Adult collectors don't shop, especially us guys, right? we don't shop where you're just going in and perusing the whole site. You go in, you go to Amazon, you're looking for a 4-man tent that's, a dome style tent. You go in there in the search and type 4-man style, blah, 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 right? See, you're going to have to figure out a way to promote the fact that you're carrying something more than just adult collectors.
Can you pop up that Scott Hughes message above Brick after you get past this part?
I certainly will, but I did want to bring this up because maybe some people missed it earlier in the stream. But there was an announcement made earlier this stream that Hella Dope will be getting a third warehouse location towards the end of January and February when
Ed's
Ed
house.
moves to Columbus.
you got that right. Make room, buddy. It's coming.
Hey, I just read something the other day about easy ways to make money, and people are running out their rooms for storage. So you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, get ready.
I'll
buddy.
cut you guys a good deal.
Perfect. I'll take it. Go ahead and pull up the contract.
He'll be working part-time for Hella Dope Toys.
That's
So
right.
I did want to throw that in there just as a joke for everybody, kind of lighten the mood a little bit here. But yeah, Scott Hughes is saying every single time he goes to an Ollie's or a Ross, he sees 7 to 10-year-old kids getting Marvel Legends, Fortnite, and Classifieds because their parents are okay with buying $5 to $10 toys for their kids too. Well, and this part of the conversation was
toy, but simply can't afford to buy 4 kids $40 figures. That's the second part down there.
Well, there's additional to this, right? There's additional to this, and what that is, we as adult collectors, right? You've got those ones that rush out and buy it immediately because they want it that bad. They're willing to pay that price for it. You've got the ones who will go out and buy it for the FOMO because they do not want to sit there. And how many of all of us play clearance chicken?
Everyone. And anyone that says that they don't, it's lying. I
Exactly.
even play that game.
Right? I wasn't buying Masterverse. I did start buying the new Eternia stuff because I really liked it, but I was cherry picking just new Eternia out of Masterverse when it hit shelves. I didn't care for the Revelation sculpts. I had no interest in it. But when it started showing up on clearance, it started looking a hell of a lot better to me. And I started buying.
But this is the exact same reason why Mattel and Hasbro are now looking at their distribution and trying to scale back on how much they're producing, so you don't have that Ollie situation or a Ross situation. They're okay with sending extra stuff that's not selling to them, but at the massive amount that you're seeing right now, they're cutting that back.
Well, the problem is, and I think that Scott Hughes has hit it right on the head, a parent is not buying a $40 figure for a kid, but they'll buy a $5 figure for a kid. And
we're not buying $40 figures for ourselves in some cases, Bill, is the point I'm just trying to make. It's not even about buying for the kids.
They're pricing us smooth out of the market. And as they think that they're going to make up the money by raising these prices when they're losing sales and they're losing collectors who are not going to buy that. They're pricing themselves out of business.
They're not losing sales. If you think Hasbro and Mattel and all these other companies are losing money,
they don't lose the money because they sell to Walmart.
That's why Snake Eyes is still on the freaking shelf for $45 just because he's got a dog in the box.
Well, that's the thing, though,
they're
right?
selling it to Walmart. Walmart has already paid their money
from Walmart, right? Walmart's already paid Mattel.
Ship it to Ollie's, and then somebody might buy it. Then,
right? That's because Walmart and Target are saying, "Look, we screwed up. We ordered too much, and it's not selling. And because now we got a new wave coming in, and we have to make room for the new wave, so they're going to sell it to Ollie's and Ross pennies to the dollar to get it out of their store."
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? A lot of the stuff that's showing up in major quantities at Ollie's and all these other places right now is stuff that's been sitting in containers because the backlog from the pandemic has still been causing problems. It's not the new stuff that's getting to the shelf. My Walmart right now has tons of shipwrecks and rock and rolls that are going out the door every day. I never saw half the stuff.
Stratos up there with them too.
Right. I never saw 3/4 of the stuff that's showing up at Ollie's and Ross's. That's GI Joe related at my
Yeah,
Walmart.
never
ever.
saw the Crimson Vipers, never saw the twins, never, all that stuff that we're seeing at Ollie's, never
On a
saw it there.
side note,
they're-
Aaron, I just sent my buddy off an email asking him if he has a sheet for minimum quantities and all that stuff for small island retailers. I'll let you know what I hear.
Perfect.
But I mean, it's a very, very true statement to say that we're all waiting, like, especially the more we see it too, right? Because it's all over Instagram, right? There's 1,000 people out there shopping at Ollie's, Ross, DD's, TJ Marshalls, whichever one of these,
Coat Factory,
right? They're shopping their toys there because they can find them at prices that are willing to pay for the toys. I do not collect Marvel Legends. I was gifted last year a Weapon X from Age of Apocalypse and a Jean Grey. Those were the first 2 Marvel Legends figures that I have. I did have an older Diamond Select Venom.
Can
Go
you
ahead.
can you pop up that last Fat Red Food message? The Walmart.
This one, I had it up there a little bit more.
Perfect.
Yeah,
let me tell you real quick. Walmart and Target are losing money on absolutely nothing. Toys are a small percentage to what Target and Walmart sells. Their clothing line, they make more money on
everything else.
They make more profit on the clothing line and groceries than they do on toys, on televisions, Blu-ray players, sound bars, anything else.
Well, that's why every single Walmart in the country became a supercenter, because the groceries and the things that tie to toiletries and
well, that brings you in, right? You need
money.
Right, you need to buy that stuff. So you're going in there to buy that. And while you're there, you may as well pick up these other items. Let's face it, that's how they've killed all the mom and pop stores and everything else.
Exactly.
And they can order more in bulk and sell it to you cheaper
and
than
here,
any
I'll tell
mom
you what,
and pop store can drop that price.
As a manager of Walmart, Walmart will dictate to these places what they're willing to pay. So if you go into Walmart headquarters in Arkansas and say, I want to sell this product at Walmart, they're going to tell you, okay, we're going to sell it for $5. You got to give it to us for $3 because we need to make $2 profit. And you're either going to say, yes, I want it in your Walmart stores because they're nationwide, worldwide, or you're going to say no and try to find somebody else to let you sell it at their store.
Yep. So, and shoot, there was another line of thought that I had about that. Now I've interrupted it, so I can't remember. But
I'll
that's
tell you
all
something
good.
else. One other thing, real quick, as a side note. Right now, you're seeing a big explosion at Ollie's, at Ross, at TJ Maxx. In another 3 months, all of that's going to be gone. When all that inventory that they just got is sold through, it's going to go right back to the way Ollie's used to be, with a couple cases of Marvel Legends that nobody wanted anyway, and no one's going to buy unless they're buying custom fodder.
Exactly.
That's how it's going to go. Another 3 months, it'll be back to that. This is just an explosion to catch up from the pandemic.
Because they're getting a whole bunch of stuff, right? Yeah, we saw it with just a few months ago, right? They had the Kenner Classics Ghostbusters. I've got several Ollie's in my area. I went to all of them, could not find a complete set of anything. Dawn was down in Virginia. She managed to grab everything and sent it back up to me. So Five Below, definitely. We have those stores around here too. Everything in there is like about $5 and below. Some stuff's a little over.
Yeah, it's like $7 below, really, is what it really is. But they call it $5 below.
It's just kind of like Dollar General. Everybody will call it a dollar store, but everything was generally $1. Of course, now not even the dollar store is $1 anymore.
Exactly.
Well, they actually got bought out by Family Dollar, so now it's Family Dollar mixed with Dollar Tree.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to quick cut in here. My phone's getting low.
There.
All right, bud. Well, we have appreciated it and enjoyed watching you stream tonight.
I saw it was at like 8%. I forgot to plug it in.
It's all good.
It's actually kind of been fun just relaxing, playing the game, and being on stream.
Let's stream together because I'll just play video games separately.
That'll be cool.
No talking.
I'd be watching that.
I think K Dog's asking a question here about are Hasbro and Mattel slowing down distribution? No, they're slowing down production.
Right.
Well,
they're not slowing down.
I mean, that's still a yes. That's still a yes in that conversation. Are they slowing down their distribution? Yes, they're slowing down their distribution. Within that, they're also slowing down their production of said lines. You're not going to see, Marvel Legend lines coming
Well,
out
that's
so
true,
close
yeah.
together.
But
They're
here's
going
the
to be more
problem.
spaced out.
Here's one of the problems that Walmart has. And I can't speak for any other large retail because I don't have any experience with them. But when I work for Walmart, one of the biggest things that they do is they base this year's sales on last year's sales comparatively.
That's every retailer,
right? So
Yeah,
if you have,
you have
like
to.
like in Western New York, right, we have some really bad winners and we have some winners, right? If you sell out a whole bunch of snow brushes and all the stuff that go with winter weather here this year, they're going to order more next year.
right?
If that doesn't sell, they're going to order less the next year after that, and they risk the chance of selling out early, or if they don't, they'll order too much and then not sell it out at all.
And then
They
it
don't
sits.
their stuff is not based on real time, and that's the thing people don't understand.
Now,
is that
but
it's
also
all based on past history, right?
But
One
retail
thing-
also hold on. But retail also plays the advanced game. So right now we're in winter. They're already planning spring next year.
Right.
Like, you're gonna start seeing all the swimsuits and all the lawnmowers and the
Oh, yeah.
patio furniture.
That stuff will
That's-
start hitting in March.
And-
I was just
in
telling that on
March.
Largo's show, right? In Western New York, we were getting car wax in
So-
January for promotion. It's
Now,
like, who the fuck's washing their car
here's-
in January in New York?
Here's one thing that you do see from the big retailers that smaller retailers, such as Aaron, cannot do. So, say Walmart overbuys because they don't sell enough snow shovels, they don't sell enough ice melt because there was no snow, no threat, nothing like that. Happens here in Baltimore a lot because we'll get the word snow and everybody will sell out, but
Oh,
then
yeah.
nothing happens, and people will bring that stuff back. So here's what they do. All their seasonal shit, and I know this because I used to be the one that do it. When they unload a truck, right? When they unload that trailer doesn't go anywhere right away. When the guy comes in and he drops off the next trailer, he picks up that other trailer. And then it goes back to the distribution center. So what a store will do, they will load up seasonal stuff or pallets, because they like to reuse their pallets and stuff. They will load up a trailer full of that stuff to go back to the distributors, back to the
Well, they
distribution
also have
center.
store transfers, right? I used to transfer all sorts of winter
transfers
stuff
all
out
the
of
time.
the southern stores because they would get tons of winter stuff.
Yeah,
that
they get all
would
the
need.
stuff they never need, right? Until that one time it snows in Georgia and then everybody loses their mind. But hey,
So-
you know what?
So real quick, Scott Hughes just sent me a flyer from Ollie's. They're running a Black Friday sale for today and tomorrow. Like Nerf blasters, they're selling at $10. They're
Oh yeah, they
selling-
got a ton of good stuff.
They're selling RC bargain cars, $25 to $40. Black Series, Marvel Legends, GI Joes, anywhere from $4.99 to $9.99. This is
Mhm.
all the stuff that they had bought, those pennies to the dollar that I was discussing earlier. To sell it at $5, guess what? They're still making profit
Every one of them.
because they bought it so cheap that they could put it at $5 to entice you to buy it. That is
And
the
they will
thing I
still
can't.
make profit.
Right, that's the thing I can't do. So
Right.
let me fill you in. Right now on this shelf that you can't see, I have the entire Hydra Stomp wave from the Disney Plus series, Marvel Legends.
Right.
You want to know how much I'm making on that right now? $0. Not a dime. At 25% off, I'm actually losing money. That's
Yeah.
just because I have to get it off the shelf because I know it's coming.
Well, you
I'm
got
losing.
you got an entire gear of skeletons coming from Mythic Legions and the Four Horsemen that you got to make room for. You can't have that stuff sitting there, but your
That's
Legion
exactly.
stuff will be selling quick because I know
Well,
a
that's-
certain stream Legions class is going to be promoting where to go to buy those.
Well, I mean,
Um,
that's true and not true. Because here's the thing about Four Horsemen, right? And this is where I love what they do and I hate what they do at the same time. And if they watch this, I'm sorry, but this is how it is. If you go to a convention that Four Horsemen are at, If you
You're not
are
making money.
if you're a retailer of Four Horsemen, don't bring your stuff.
Yeah, don't bring
even
any Four Horsemen related items
nothing because
unless you.
nope, don't even bring it. Keep it at home.
Well,
keep it on a shelf. Here, I think I know where you're about to go with this. I'm gonna answer this for you real quick. PowerCon last year, they said
retail exclusive stuff.
nope.
No, because they sell that at the table.
Let him answer.
At last year's PowerCon, they had said that they were only going to bring, or they announced prior to the show what they were going to bring to PowerCon 2023. They ended up bringing Cosmic Legion's Book 1. They ended up bringing All Stars 5. All the stuff that, if we would have gotten in when we did, all the stuff that we would have had.
Right.
They're selling it at store horseman price, not retail price. So if you're at a con with Four Horsemen, it's dead. Now the flip side to that is the Headless Horseman, the Father Christmas, which is a retailer exclusive, which they aren't selling. You are competing with all the other retailers because they're shipping it as a street date. The street date is everyone's selling it at the same time. So you, Bill, you, Ed, you, Oz, you have said stores that you guys purchase from, whether it's me, whether it's Nerdzoic, Bed Back Toy Store, or whomever else is on their approved list. We're all now on the same playing field. The difference becomes is I'm competing against them. I can compete. Pick a store. I don't care. I'll compete against them all. I can do certain things better than others. I may not be able to get a lot of things of other products quicker because I'm not in the know. But if Four Horsemen is saying, "Hey, I'm shipping your stuff 2 weeks before street date," which gives you time to get all your stuff together, package it up. You can't create a shipping label until street date. But guess what's happening the day street date happens? Your stuff is going out to the post office that day.
Yep.
Ed, you're in New York. You're 2 states away from me. 2 days. Yep. I ship it on Monday. You got it at your door Wednesday.
I had Father Christmas Wednesday and Horseman on Thursday only because of the box is bigger.
Right. Bill, you're in Mississippi. You're 3 days. I ship out Monday. You have yours by Thursday.
Right.
Most people are going to go, well, let me get your order. I'm going to put it in a box. I'm going to create it, but also I'm going to pack up all this other stuff, and I'm going to send it out on Tuesday. I don't have time to wait till Tuesday. You don't have time to wait till Tuesday. When I say your stuff's in stock, I'm shipping out today. Whatever orders that we've just got right now is going out tomorrow morning. I mean, I got to get up tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'm packaging orders. Ted's packaging orders, and they're going out the door.
Right.
Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I agree with you on that because I saw it there too. And I felt bad for all of the authorized retailers that did bring their Four Horsemen stuff. The only people that I saw.
There was a lot of them at PowerCon.
The only people that I actually saw selling their stuff were people who were selling some older stuff they still had in stock that was not available at the Four Horsemen's table.
Yep.
Right.
And there was not a lot of that.
Right. Because I mean, when you hold all the cards, you're just playing second fiddle now.
Right.
They created, they produced it, they control all of that.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, now that this is just me talking out of my own ass, I find it unfair that if I'm going to go to a show that you're at and I have to sell it at a price that you're not selling it at, unfair. But it's your product. You can do that. It is what it is.
But that's probably exactly why NECA chooses not to sell at cons, because it avoids that whole mess for them.
Now, what I appreciate about what they do with their retailers, right, and you helped explain this to me, it's a guaranteed amount of money that you sell their product for. It's over what they sell it for,
right,
which makes it less inclined to maybe buy it. But here's the thing, right? So the Four Horsemen, aside from these events, only have their window open for about a month usually. Sometimes, like right now, it's a little bit longer because they're compensating for the holidays.
Right.
And then it's going to go live at your store afterwards. and it's going to be available till basically the wave comes out.
Yes and no. So the yes part is because yes. Well, let me answer the no part, and I'll come back to the yes.
Right. Yeah.
The no part is so this Rising Suns wave, which is the new wave that they're producing right now. When their pre-orders in, my pre-orders go live.
Right.
So let's just say you're in a financial bind and you just can't you can't buy it right now.
Well, I'm not buying from them right now because it's Christmas. I can't buy from them right now.
And that's what I'm saying. No,
right?
It's Christmas. You know, you're in between paychecks, whatever the reason is. So when we go live, I'm only asking you to put 10% down. Hell, I'm not actually about to change it just to put $1 down. I don't really care how much you put down. I just need to know how much I need to order. That's all I need to know.
And you gauge that based off the demand from the pre-orders.
Yes and no. Because I have to order a certain amount from the Four Horsemen no matter what.
Period. Right. And it's got to be the whole wave. You can't cherry pick your figures.
Right. I have to order in cases.
Right.
So whether
rules the day.
Yeah. So if I get 8 people to order, whatever a Tillis or whatever that is, and it comes in a case of 12, I have to order all 12. Now we will normally order more anyways, because some people may be like, I just don't have the money right now, but when it comes available, I want to buy it. Like, we take that into account. But I need to know the raw numbers. Okay, I need to at least order 1 case of this. I need to order 5 cases of this figure because this is the hot figure. Like, those are the things we need to know.
Yeah.
But the flip side to that is, we have to understand, first and foremost, we're still competing against other people.
Yep.
People are still going to go to
other retailers.
People are still going to go to Big Bad Toy Store because they love that $4 shipping price, and I'm pretty sure that's what Fat Red Food's getting to in this question. Do we ship enough? I could say yes, but Big Bad Toy Store's $4 shipping, that is what like my parents would call Turtle Express. You're gonna pay $4, you're gonna wait 2 weeks to get it.
Yeah, it's ground advantage when you pay that money.
No,
the other thing that they can do,
it's slower than that. It's not even ground advantage is still priority mail or first class, which is 3 to 5 business days. They're shipping it slower than that.
The other thing you can't compete with is the pile of loot. And you know, you know what
Maybe.
people are doing. I've been guilty of it. I've tried to quit doing that, and that's load up your pile of loot until you find it from somewhere else before Big Bad gets it, and then you go ahead and you say, okay, no, I don't want it, and then you take it off your pile of loot.
Yeah.
Before it ships, before it hits it.
Now, while we don't have a pile of loot, I mean, I'm not saying that I can't replicate it in certain ways, and we've said it multiple times. All you gotta do is send us a message, send me an email saying, "Hey,
doing long boxes.
I got 8-9 things I want to get." Like, you guys know the Briscoe, right? The Briscoe 1, 2, 3, 4. He's in Canada. He's like, "Hey, look, I want to get Father Christmas, and I want to get Headless Horseman. I want to pay for them separately because of maybe it was a pay period or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know his financial reasons. I can do that. I can send you an invoice to pay shipping for one thing on 2 invoices, or maybe you want them as Christmas gifts for your kids or your nieces, your nephews, your aunts, your uncles, whatever it is. I can do those things, but if you don't communicate it,
right,
which is why we put on there, do not put an order that is in stock mixed with pre-orders, because I'm going to hold your in-stock stuff until you get your pre-order in. That is shipping we can't afford to pay. I mean, I'll charge you for it. If you want it right now, I'll charge you for the shipping. You're not going to pay that. You don't want to pay it because you're like, I already paid it. Why can't you just ship it right now?
The other thing is BBTS has been doing the pile of loot long enough that they know there is a certain amount of people that are going to hold stuff in their pile of loot and then return it basically to the store, because Walmart has the same thing, right? They count on that amount of return or amount of cancellation when they did layaway, for instance, right? They built that into their budget. BBTS does the same thing, right? They build that into their budget.
They have to. They've got to accommodate for it somewhere. Otherwise, they do lose money. It's just how it is.
Exactly.
So, but I appreciated you explaining to me a lot of that stuff when we were asking you about it, because that is important things to know. But it also makes me very, very happy. Bill's showing off mini comics here. And when I say mini comics, it's micro comics. Gotta love that.
Lone Ranger.
But one of those things that I do appreciate with you guys is, and again, you're not going to be able to like sit down and just chat with Big Bad Toy Store, but you can chat with Aaron and you can talk to him about things and you can work stuff out, which you can't do with certain retailers. So like I said, for me, for the next year, I want to get this whole Rising Suns way, but I can't afford it all in.
Yeah.
I just can't do it. So what I'm going to be doing is working with Aaron and Ted over the next year, and we're going to be getting. I need a bear. That's the first and foremost. I need a damn bear.
Everybody needs that bear.
Everybody wants
we need lots of bears.
Might eat 2 bears.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And then we're going to need that polar bear variant they're going to release a year from now, because what's coming.
Oh yeah.
But either way, though, like. You got to work these things out, and that's something that you cannot necessarily do with the 4 horsemen themselves either, right? So like I was all well, I guess again the retailer exclusive wave is a bad example of that, due to the fact that it's a retailer exclusive wave. So the 4 horsemen didn't even sell that. They sold the earlier versions of it that were last year. But I mean, like, sometimes you just got to cancel a pre-order, right? That's how it goes sometimes, whatever happens. But, you work with people, and that's the advantage of buying from. Shopping with Aaron and Ted is like shopping at the, your local comic book shop, your local toy store, and you don't get that customer service anywhere else. You don't get Ted's DNA to clone a little Ted when he licks every toy that's going in your in the package, so that you can clone him over and over again, have a whole bunch of little Ted workers. And Ted does work. I watched him. He was packing orders on an IG live one time. He works. He does work.
Well, I gotta tell you, like Largo on his show earlier made a commercial for Hell the Dope Toys.
Oh yeah,
and the end of it said,
awesome.
The end of it said,
yeah, I was going to
toy
get to
fans
that
buy
in a
toy
minute.
fans, right?
Answer Cutthroat Toys as to why Hiya toy lines are hard to find. I know the answer to that, but I bet Aaron can say it better than I can.
So
what is it about Hiya toys?
So I don't. If any of you guys watched the nomination video from Nerd Zoic, he did answer that question. I'll just kind of relay it. Hiya Toys, they have a specific group of people that they deal with in China, and that's their little world. So if you're not in their little world, like they'll sell it to you. Like I'm sitting at the table with Hiya Toys right now. We've been emailing for a couple days now, but one, it's a translation issue. Like I speak English, they do not. Very broken. So trying to understand, hey, I want to sell your product. It's a little difficult. But as of right now, the way they sit is they only sell their products to selective groups. Just like 5K and their subsidiary companies that they have under them, they're in the same boat. Like I at PowerCon, I sat and talked to those guys trying to get that War Bear and all the other stuff that they got. They have our information. They said 2024 we'll start opening the doors to other retailers. So hopefully that will become a conversation we get to have later. But for the most part, Hiya Toys is just saying, hey, we're comfortable with what we're doing right now. And we're only going to provide our stuff to a select group of people right now. And you're just not one of them. So deal with it.
And I will say, it's good to know this kind of stuff, because, there's not as many people that we could talk to within the industry that are either able to be as transparent as you guys are about how things work. Because I mean, first off, you're one of us, right?
Yeah.
You got some other toy retailers that may do a live here and there. Like Attorney of Dreams started doing a YouTube channel a little bit more. But here's the thing though, like you guys really do kind of just everything that you can lay out on the table for us, you do. And every once in a while you drop a little bit more info.
Just a little bit.
You know, disclaimer.
Just a bit.
But you know, it's important for us. Like one of the reasons that we like dealing again with you guys more than anybody else is because there is this complete transparency. When I send a message to Hello Toys, I know both of the guys that are going to see it, and one of the two is going to respond to me, usually within a minute.
Usually.
Usually.
There's a couple of you 3-4 AMers, but you know, hey, we love you.
You know, you guys are willing to take that time, and the wives don't get mad at us either for it.
Right. Exactly.
Well, what I wanted to bring up to Aaron is something that Axion was talking about earlier, and it's something I'm willing to do on my channel. If you want to promote your product on my channel, you're more than happy to, with no compensation to me whatsoever.
Perfect. We'll look into that option.
I'm already promoting your product on this particular live stream that's being simulcast on my channel now. If you want to work with me on something a little more higher production value than what I'm able to do to show on my channel, I'd be more than happy to show it as a non-paid promotion.
Okay, that's a TED conversation. I'll get him in touch with you, and they can talk that out. He does all that stuff.
Right. You both know how to contact me on the Insta, so you know how to do that.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's 100%, I think, goes for most of us, too. I don't think there's one of us out there that would say we want compensation for Aaron. Like,
no.
I may not want to air YouTube's ads, and they're going to pay me for it, but I could give two shits. I will air any Hella Dope toy ad throughout my streams.
Well,
because I love you guys, and I want to support you guys.
I want a new
Period.
Enough. You know, Black Knight's been on my show before, and Ted has not yet, but he will someday, I'm sure.
Oh,
but
he will be.
They're willing to come on our show, and they're willing to give of themselves like this. This, I'm more than happy to recompensate them for their time and efforts.
Well, you know, like my sister is a big fan of watching Hella Dope Toys on Sunday nights. One thing that she has said, now most of the time, Sunday nights, by the time you guys go live, I'm worn out from a day. I may not be in the chat, but I am listening as I am going to sleep. But either way, though, one thing that I will say, my sister says that whenever she watches you guys' streams, she's like, you know, one of the best parts about it is like, you know, when you're a regular at a bar, she goes, that's what it feels like watching one of those. And, you know, you guys have always been chill since we started talking several months ago before we even did PowerCon. And then getting to meet you guys in person at PowerCon was just one of those awesome moments, like getting to meet everybody there. And, you know, period. This is how we are. We're a close-knit community of friends to the point where, you know, in a lot of ways, I feel all of you guys are definitely family. That's the whole reason I went live on Thanksgiving night. I have work in a couple of hours, and yet I am still up live streaming with all of you guys.
You make that coffee, man.
Hey, man. You know what I got right here, baby?
Yes,
sir. The bootleg Toy Frenzy tumbler. You know, but I mean, that's truly what it is. It's like, you know, I'll go above and beyond for every single one of my friends, and you guys definitely deserve it. The fact that you guys started last year, a little bit before now, coming into your first holiday season last year, and where you guys have made it through coming around again this time of the year, you know, it's good to see you guys are still doing it. The business is picking up, and I'm going to continue to sing the praises of Hella Dope Toys to all of my friends, because that's what we need.
And that's what it's all been about in the beginning, you know. Like Ted talked maybe a month ago about, you know, seats at the table. You know, there are we have a table set up with a buffet, And there are certain people at this table that are more than welcome to sit at it and eat and have their fill. But then you're gonna have that select few that we offered to sit at the table and they chose not to come to the table, but then came knocking at the door after they saw the success that we have had. You can still eat. I'm just not gonna offer you a napkin. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You're still welcome, because either way is making money for you, but it's helping your business grow.
Yeah,
but
but
like you said, you're not giving them the napkin anymore. They got to eat their hands. You ran out of silverware a while ago. There was a spot for you. You didn't take it.
Exactly. And a lot, and Scott Hughes, and a lot of the guys from 3POA. I there's not enough thanks in the world for what Laser Pants and all those guys did for us. They jump started us 6 months in the future. We wouldn't be where we are right now if it wasn't for them. And we've said this multiple times. That community, and I know a lot of people don't like to use the word community, but that group has really put us in a spot where we can, be doing things that we couldn't do a year ago. A year ago, I told Ted, I'm afraid I don't think we're gonna make it. Like, I thought we were gonna fall. We were gonna fold before we got started, and then boom, like the explosion started. We're about a year away from our true growth anniversary. So it's exciting to be where we are. And it's glad that it's guys like you, Oz, Ed, Bill, everyone else in the chat that has really shared posts and just spread the gospel. That goes a long way. It brings eyes to something that they didn't know what was before. I actually didn't realize that on the shop app that people leave reviews. I had no clue until I looked at it. I'm like, holy shit. There's 60 reviews of people who are like, oh my God, I bought this. Super fast shipping and it was packaged well. I'm like, this is what I needed to know.
Yeah. The other night when we were talking, Aaron, I was going to ask you if you got reviews from Yelp and stuff for that you could promote, because that would help on your SEO we were talking about. That would help that also, right?
We need to record live testimonials. I got my package and it didn't look like the ass that Amazon sent. I got my package and it didn't look like this shit from EE that got crushed, or the box from BBTS that got kicked around. The bag that Walmart shipped my figures in. That's what I'm saying. Nobody packages good.
Well, I mean, and that comes back to a lot of things that me and Ted want to work on now that we've got some extra time on our hands. We are able to take these snippets of comments and make videos about them, saying, "Hey, these are comments from the people that have bought from us. Why aren't you buying from us?
Pay off to get extra time, Aaron."
There's some guy named Luke, and some family and some kids. Whatever.
Yeah.
Where the third warehouse opening up next year?
Yeah.
January, February. It's gonna happen.
The expansion warehouse is coming. It's gonna be great.
They're gonna need all that room for all the Chat May stuff. See, what's going to happen is they're going to run around to all the Rosses and DDs and TJ Maxx's and stuff like that in their area. They're going to buy it for $3, and then they're going to turn around and sell it out of Helidope for $4.
Well, see, what they'll do is they'll buy it all. Then there'll become a desire for it. Then they can turn around and sell it for higher. Hey,
that's how you do it, right?
Make the $5 Ollie's price, but we'll sell it to you for $7.
So you want to know a funny story? I'll tell you a funny story real quick before I call it good night, because I do have to get my son up soon.
I gotta do the same, yeah.
So when the birth of Helidope Toys started at PowerCon 2022, we're sitting there, we're talking with Spiro Studios, and we're talking to Four Horsemen and NECA. They're like, well, we'll talk to you, but you have to have a website. And we're like, crap, we don't have a website. We were doing the clearance thing. We're buying a bunch of clearance stuff, or we buy it for $5. We're not trying to sell it at retail. We put it up at an extra $5. So you buy it for $5, we sell it for $10.
Exactly. So you got to make money off of it somewhere,
right? So we're putting it on Mercari, we're putting it on eBay and Facebook Marketplace. And then I was like, well, shoot, we got to create a website and we have no product. I'm like, Ted, let's just take all the clearance stuff that we bought and make it look good. So like the first rendition of like the website one looked like crap. And it was all mainly clearance stuff. So thanks,
Right.
Ollie's, and all you guys for helping build the webpage. But
But
like
see,
it's
that's where it needed to start, right? It needed to
yeah.
start somewhere, and look at where it's brought you now, right? And the other thing too, when you're doing all that Macari and everything else, there's also sellers fees, like eBay stores and stuff like that. You got all those. It's more so prominent on eBay and stuff like that, where you get your sellers fees.
Well, you still
But
have it more like Shopify, but it's just not as impactful.
right. It's a smaller percentage because you're really paying for all the other stuff. And again, you still got to pay for domain name and everything else, and that costs money too. Like it's not like you can just set up a website and everything's free after that. No, you got to maintain that domain name year after year after year, and that's expensive. It is not cheap to maintain a domain name at all.
No. Once a year we see that bill and I cry.
Yeah, that is a huge price. So like, yeah, you don't have monthly rent for operating a brick and mortar store, but you got a yearly rent that's about as much as them damn taxes.
You ain't lying. That is the truth.
Well, Aaron, I think you called it. I think we should go because this was going to be a short stream. Now it's 4 hours and 20 minutes later. We're still shorter than the
when
usual.
Have you ever done a short stream on your own channel?
Exactly.
It's 100% true. Like we wouldn't have even done Toy Frenzy this long at this point. We would have wrapped that up hours ago. So my Frenzgiving went great, but it was great having so many friends along for the ride. That's for sure. So let's do our usual round table bit. Ed, what you got coming up?
What do I have coming up? Nothing I got coming up. Well, I got Saturday night Clubhouse with the man right here on Oz's channel. And then Tuesday on my channel, Luke and I will be discussing Puff the Magic Dragon.
Ooh,
Cartoon and the song and all of it.
Like, are we puffing the Magic Dragon? I mean,
Puff the Magic Dragon. Yep. Briscoe's tuned in. He's ready to go, he said. He's got the green cabbage ready to roll.
The Osley fans, yes.
The Osley fans, I totally got to maintain that, and that's not pricey, and my feet aren't cutting it. I got to get into more content.
Yeah, man, you got to get them hairs in there. You got to get that beard. That's what they want to see.
Run the fingers.
Well, he was practicing. Did you see him combing that a little, Larry? He was
yeah, I got to comb it out a little bit.
Getting that bear set up because that's what really sells is that bear porn.
Oh yeah.
Everybody knows. Everybody like a teddy bear.
I sell bear porn so I can afford a Mythic Legion spear, right, Oz?
That's true.
Right. So like now it's Bill's turn to plug, and all he's plugging is hella dope toys. Black Friday.
Well, I've got the Hella Dope website up so you can see what it looks like. They got a 25% off Black Friday sale going on until don't tell Ted through Sunday. And anyway,
Ted doesn't watch the stream.
What I have going on, well, I normally do live streams on the weekends on Saturday night and Sunday at noon, but I am not this weekend because of Thanksgiving. However, I am working on more content for my channel, just videos, of the toys playing. And if you want to go in and watch Hulk Hogan tell a lie, you can go over there right now and see my latest video. But there's more coming. I've only just begun.
Awesome. Can't wait to see it, man.
Yeah, check me out on Instagram. That's the only place that you can really, really contact me. My other social medias are just there. I don't interact with them.
I know that feeling.
Right. I have a profile on Facebook, but I'm not necessarily on Facebook, if you get my drift.
Yep.
I get it.
Aaron, the Black Knight, what do you got coming up for us?
We're going live this Sunday, 9:00 p.m. Ted and I are doing the last streams for November, and then we're gonna do a kind of a wrap up to the year with Rocco the Great and Laser Pants to end December and 2023. We'll be taking 2 weeks off. But like Bill's showing right now, HelloDopeToys.com, Black Friday sale, 25% off all in-stock items. You must click on that little yellow button right there, though. That
There
one.
you go.
So,
Click that yellow button.
If you
heard
click on something outside of that, it will not apply the 25% discount. It must go through that link. But yeah, we got that going on, and we're just trying to finish off the year strong.
Also honoring the $1 code or $1 full 10. No, I'm just joking. That's definitely not happening. But
Wait,
Travis's wonderful 10.
yes, that's he's trying to get his own code.
He's trying. He can only apply it to hexastacks.
Exactly.
Right. And that just leaves me to talk about. So next week we'll have another episode of Toy Frenzy on Thursday nights over on Skelevator's channel. This Saturday, of course, we'll be doing another Clubhouse hangout where it'll be very similar to how we were tonight. And you never know who's going to stop by. I mean, I basically always guarantee this guy Ed's going to be here.
Yep.
Bud will be back. He'll probably be doing his new game stream again, as that was a huge hit tonight. So we'll definitely be revisiting that, I believe. You'll also see some other familiar faces that were here in the chat. Bill even likes to stop by before he goes live and hang out with us a bit. And of course, as always, the boys from Hello Dope Toys are always welcome to come hang out with us on Saturday nights. And we always appreciate you coming in, giving us that in-depth inside look into toy retail in the modern age, especially running the website. We always appreciate that, guys. So thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
And
journey.
that's true. Good journey, everybody. Buy your toys from Hello Dope. And remember, 25% off. Click the yellow button or it don't count. What are you doing? Why aren't you
Happy
doing it?
Thanksgiving and happy Black Friday.
Go click it right now.